Got to talk Kendrick Bourne.
Kendrick Bourne.
Can't make it, man. Sorry.
Stop asking me stupid questions.
Oh man,
Unbelievable.
Can't make this stuff up, man.
Can you send Jesse Michael's
I'm
number?
gonna shoot it to you right now.
I put the phone graphic together for Michael. I figured he was the phone.
Okay. Jesse, I hated to do that, but it is Floyd B. Canelo's ass day. Look, and the funny thing about it is, the only reason I do that is not for Canelo. I don't really trip off Canelo. I always told you I like Canelo. It's the Canelo fans. They be talking crazy, and they be talking crazy about that fight. They be talking crazy about Floyd, talking about your cherry picker and all this. So they bring it on themselves, man. I was about to say something. I forgot. Damn. Hey, little inside radio here. Who do I talk to get on V Connect?
V Creative.
V Creative. V Connect. Something else.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who set me up for it. I felt like Kim Kaplan set me up for it. She's not here. I would go, the person that, might ask Charlie. Charlie can't actually set you up with an account. I mean, probably Jeff. I'd email Jeff and see if he can get you set up with a V Creative account.
For shizzle.
I needed to email Jeff about something. Something I wanted for me and Jesse. Oh, Jesse, I'm trying to get us access to Sprout Social. Submitted a ticket for it. They're like, oh, yeah, your brand manager has to do it. What the fuck? They just told me to submit a ticket. Now you're telling me I got to have somebody else submit a ticket.
Jesus.
So, it's Sprout Social is just a program that will help us post on social media.
Gotcha. Hey, Dr. David, you should draw a picture of D'Lo and KC like the girl does for Jimmy Garoppolo until he gets traded.
I'm at the point of like, just forget it. I'm gonna come to your house one weekend. We'll set up the garage. We'll set up the garage studio and just do this forever.
You remember when that happened?
Remember when what happened?
The garage studio. I'm old enough to remember that.
What's good, baby? Happy Wednesday. Welcome into the September 14th edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Who do you think you are? Kenny Caraway? Is that what
Acknowledge me.
I was just letting it live out there in the world. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me. Still standing. I'm still strong.
No, I'd cross out that strong part, but we are still standing. It's like an eternal standing 8 count with D'Lo and KC at the moment, but it's all love, man. We appreciate you guys being here, man. We're going to have some fun today. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of today's show. Michael-Shawn Dugar, he covers the Seahawks for The Athletic. Seahawks week. I remember what a big deal this was last year.
It still is.
All right.
We got heat for them boys.
Okay.
Always.
All right. Is he turning up a little bit? Okay. Got you amped up. Joe Davidson, high school roundup, going to be here coming up at 1:20. Excited to talk to Joe D about a variety of different things. What are you doing, man? Like, why are you doing this to me? What are we doing right now? Like, y'all, I apologize to everyone. I feel like we should just change the name of the show to I'm really sorry. Kenny is a degenerate who knows you're about to lose your soundboard. Now I'm about to restrict your access to text messaging. Studio garages, for goodness sakes. Joe Davidson's going to be with us at 1:20. I'm sorry that Kenny's a child. I'm sorry I'm the only grown up here. Jesse's actually the true grown up, but still. I think I mentioned James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show. There's a lot to I feel like there's a lot of little things I really want to talk about. I'll say this. We're 12 days away from the start of training camp.
Yes.
For the Sacramento Kings and for the NBA, and media days coming up on the 26th. And technically we're 13 days away, but media day is the 26th. That's considered the first day of training camp. There's a buzz around this team in this city right now. There's talk about the Sacramento Kings in general, and we've seen it with your guy, Chris Mannix. We've seen it with Jesse's good buddy, Mark Spears, and you know, from a national perspective, you hear things you normally don't hear, right? Mm-hmm. But here in this city, I think there is, I don't want to say overwhelming. It's certainly not overwhelming, because I think there are still a lot of people who are pessimistic, like, oh, man, I like what they did, but you ain't going to hurt me. You fool me, can't get fooled again. Like, not going to do that.
Understandably so.
But everyone seems to universally feel like, yo, they did some work this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
They absolutely did some work. I like the direction this team is going, and I think that's the general feelings. I like the direction of this team, the direction the team's going. Now, people might be, I'm going to stop there. Mm-hmm. I like the direction. I'm not going to make any proclamations or claims or anything like that. But there's some good vibes around the Sacramento Kings right now. I'll say that.
Absolutely. And I feel good about the team that they put together this summer. I feel good about the position that all these players are in. I don't think maybe there's one or two. I shouldn't say that, but there aren't many guys on this roster who are comfortable with where they're at personally in their career.
Yeah.
Let alone that's like worst case scenario, because best case scenario is they're invested in this team. But personally, there's a lot of question marks for a number of different guys on this team that only get solved by playing well and winning. And it's a great combination to have those type of guys at those points in their career. But I agree, man. I think this season is there's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of good energy. And we got a little preview yesterday of just like the ground swelling. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's bubbling under the surface. And I think it's ready to explode. And look, I think it's gonna explode way before the end of the season. The Kings have start off the season 10-7.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be nuts.
Yeah.
It's gonna be nuts out here.
Yeah, like I think, and we've said this repeatedly, and we'll continue to say it until it actually does happen or doesn't happen. They need to get off to a good start.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to set the tone so much for the season, because if they fall behind early, there's just going to be the collective eye roll of here we go again, and that's just going to be amongst the fan base. I don't want the players to have to deal with that, particularly. I mean, De'Aaron, I'm operating with the belief that Harrison Barnes is going to be here. Even Rashawn Holmes to a certain degree. I don't want them operating with the here we go again. Like this ain't nothing changed. Mike Brown didn't change anything. Monty McNair didn't change anything. The hug heard around the world didn't change anything. Domantas Sabonis. You don't want them doubting. You don't want that doubt to creep in early. There's everyone's aware that the Warriors are scheduled like 3 times in the first 10 days of the season or 10 games of the season or something like that. And there's probably multiple ways that you can look at that. Like this, who knows who's going to play those first 10 games of the season? Who knows what state of mind that the Warriors may be like, man, we're good. Holla at us when we get to, I don't know, mid-February. Y'all start your season at Christmas. You do whatever you want to do. We'll holla at you in mid-February, and we'll run through whoever we have to run through to get to another NBA championship. We're capable of doing that. We've already shown that.
Yeah.
I don't know what they look like game, 3, 4, whatever numbers they are for the Sacramento Kings and for the Golden State Warriors those early weeks of the season.
I'd take it a step further. And you make great points. I understand exactly what you're saying, but I would almost use those games as litmus tests. Then hopefully, you're able to win them. But I mean, think about the flip side. Think about if Golden State shows up, all the teams show up, and you got the Clippers in there as well. I think Memphis is there earlier on, and say you have a good start with everybody showing up to play you, and you're able to win. I don't know. Say 6 games, you're able to go 4-2. You're able to go 3. I think people will be optimistic if you went 3-3 in the first 6 games. I mean, that may be how low the bar is right now. But man, you play all these playoff teams and all these top teams and the Warriors like twice in a week, and you go 3-3 and get a win against the Warriors or something like that. I think people will be feeling good about that alone.
After the open against Portland, it's the Clippers, the Warriors, the Grizzlies, the Heat. Then you got Charlotte. You got the Heat again, Orlando, and Golden State. Those are some of the early games for the Sacramento Kings.
And
then you got Cleveland. Goodness gracious.
The early start and getting off to an early start for the Kings. It matters in my opinion, it matters more if you think this team is mentally unstable and emotionally unstable like they were last year. Last year, they couldn't handle, we saw it, they couldn't handle adversity and when things started to get tough. And if you think that this group is the same way, then yeah, a good start early is imperative.
Mm-hmm.
But if you think that they are a little tougher mentally and emotionally is what I'm referring to, you listed out some tough games on there.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many you went in. Let's just say 8 games. They start 3-5 in those 8 games, 2-6. They're gonna have to they're gonna have to realize and understand the season is far from over. It's far from over. Let's just say they start 2-6. Season's far from over. Like 2-6 in the first 8 games is no different than a 2-6 stretch in January. At least it shouldn't be any different than that. If it's like, oh man, and I get what you're saying. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. Like, we don't know what type of team we have, but if you start 2-6 and guys are like, well, here we go again. It's gonna be an ugly year. They got the wrong group of guys again.
Well,
they can't be deterred by that.
No, I understand. I understand the point that you're making, but I'm not. There's a little bit of human nature to this, isn't there? I mean, we're looking at the Clippers, right? We're looking at the Warriors and the Grizzlies and the Heat. They're looking at other basketball players. Like, yo, why were they able to do this better than we were? you know what I mean? Again, the one that might be, not doing this a month out, but it feels like the most important one is the Portland one. In terms, you talk about litmus tests, like, okay, you want to it's a tough schedule, 2-6, 3-5, whatever. Yo, this team's better than Portland. Like, what's their whatever their little hashtag is that they got all offended about last year when Kyle Draper said the Kings are going to be better than the Trailblazers, and oh, by the way, they were. Technically,
Yeah.
I think they still are. There's no question Dame Lillard's the best player. I don't think Portland Trailblazers are better than the Sacramento Kings.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either. But that's a game you got to get. And then the other part of this is you've got to get out of the mindset. And I don't know if the players have it or not. I know we have it as fans and people in the media. And it can't be the case. And I understand why people do it, but we can't look at LA, Golden State, Memphis, Miami, Charlotte, Miami, and be like, oh, they'd be lucky to win one of those 5 games.
No, for sure.
No, man.
For sure.
Like, it's got to be like, hey, we can get out there and win. Now, that's something where people who watch the game and cover the team, they get to start off to a bad start. That's when, oh, man, they're already 2-6, and they got Cleveland and the Lakers.
Sure.
And, they're probably going to lose 3 of the next 4 too. And now you're looking at 2-9. You know what I mean? So I hope that they win enough games and they show enough early where we can get out of that mindset.
I hope so. We'll talk more about the Kings. They're obviously heavy on our mind here to start today's show. We'll talk some NBA stuff as well. We mentioned the Clippers. I think that the disrespect level for a great player is just getting a little bit too high right now for me. And I'll tell you who we're talking about. Also, Aaron Judge did it again. Dive into that. We're just getting started.
All rise.
Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Dame will be carrying out Farouk Amino to the 4 seat. That's funny. that's funny. I don't think that's wild. But I think part of it is like we have to see a different Lakers team than we saw last year. If Anthony Davis is healthy, LeBron's still LeBron. Darvin Ham is, good of a coach as we think he is. That's probably not true. But that team was terrible last year. Like individually, they probably have better players, but collectively, it just didn't work. That's not a crazy thought, but it could change. It could change pretty early in the season. Westbrook is not on the Clippers. He is, in fact, on the Lakers, and I'm done. I'm done fighting y'all off about Russell Westbrook. You might have. That was I don't know if that was over the weekend or I can't remember what day it is, but I think it was over the weekend. Yeah, kind of trash.
What do you miss?
He asked he said, did I miss something on Anthony Edwards? And I'm guessing because he posed the question, he probably did. Just saying things that should be gone, should be past.
Mm-hmm.
Should have never been in existence, but
100%.
We characterize it as, it was a different time back then. It doesn't make it okay, dude. This is a hell of a headline. This is a hoop sport. I try to keep hoops hype in front of me. It says, Rudy Gobert goes off for 19 points, helping France defeat Italy. That's funny. Went off. We'll talk about this later. It's really amazing that no one has had nothing to say about Robert Sarver. Just nothing.
What do you mean nobody?
I haven't heard. Has anyone said anything? Has a player tweeted, spoke up, gone on a show, anything?
Player hasn't. I mean, on the shows that, like the ESPN
yeah, that's different.
Player, I haven't heard anything. Jamal Crawford said something, tweeted something. But
man, Gilbert Arenas can't stop talking about Giannis Antetokounmpo, huh? He found his meal ticket. He was like, "Oh, this made
he
me."
said something else.
Let's go on the mental side. Is he smarter than Chris Paul? Is he smarter than LeBron James? Is he smarter than Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kawhi Leonard, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic? If he doesn't rank one in that, that's what I mean. That's just a quote, I guess, from his podcast. You know how Hoops Hype works. That's all that was there.
Barely even know what he's talking about.
He's like, man, I got a lot of attention talking about Giannis. I'm gonna keep doing that.
That's what these people do sometimes.
Gilbert Bayless. Shout out to the homie, Sir Marcus Smith. He stays rocking with us, man.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. You want to be a part of the show, you can. 916-909-1320. Again, that's 916-909-1320. First guest
Mitch,
coming up.
if you're listening, that's the number, Mitch.
We tweeted the number to Mitch, and I still don't think he quite understands what's going on. He was like, "Oh, Damien, you're not talking to me either?" It's like, no, Mitch, it's good, bro. Like, what's wrong? What's the number? I can't get through. Mitch, here's the number. And then I see him responding to some other tweets from the chatty house who was having some fun with him. Yeah, I guess they just don't love me anymore. I don't know. I don't know what I did, but they don't want to talk to me. Mitch, we just sent you the number. Like, I'm not even sure that Mitch actually listens to the show. Like, I don't expect everybody to have caught on to the fact that we've got a new number, but I'm not really sure Mitch. I just think Mitch looks at his phone and goes, "Oh, it's 5:15 Pacific, 5:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm gonna call D'Lo and KC. It's only 2:00 out there. Let's see what's popping." I think that's what Mitch does.
I feel like we might have to call Mitch at some point.
I'm gonna tweet Mitch back. Mitch, what's your number? You're gonna get a call from Spam Risk. Okay, please pick up. Please pick up. Joe Davidson coming up 1 hour from now. Michael-Shawn Dugar, The Athletic, coming up at 2:30. James Ham will be with us at the top of the 3:00 hour. I know he'll have a lot to say about the Sacramento Kings and the excitement around the squad right now as we head into training camp. And we could, I know everyone is just anxious for the season to get here because it's like we have gone over every storyline imaginable. We have gone over the schedule. We have gone over starts. We have gone off perspective starts. We have gone over contract extensions, trades. We've no stone has been unturned when it comes to the Sacramento Kings. So I know we're all anxious for media day to get here and for training camp to get here. And it's just 12 short days away. And then, games will begin not too long after that. At least preseason games will begin. And we're just about a month away from the start of the season. So basketball will be in full effect. Football will be well into the football season. Trey Lance will have turned things around and will be taking giant leaps towards his MVP campaign this season.
No, he won't. That'll be Jimmy Garoppolo's third start of the season.
Oh, that's obviously the other. That's obviously the other outcome. The great Jimmy Garoppolo, who we miss so much, and no fan at this exact moment can understand why he still isn't the quarterback.
Jimmy will be starting his third game, which will be the last game before he gets hurt and will be out for 4 games.
Introducing Brock Purdy. We haven't discussed that yet. Just wait till Brock Purdy becomes the San Francisco 49ers starting quarterback.
And then look, and then the funny thing about this conversation is like all this is going to happen, but they're like, Trey isn't ready. He needs another year to develop. All this is going to happen, and they're going to go to Trey at the beginning of next year and be like, all right, the job's yours now. You've got experience. Go win us some game. Okay. Okay. That's what Kyle's going to do. He's going to bench this guy so he can come back next year and when Jimmy's gone and say, yeah, okay, now the team's yours.
I feel like you should repeat that again slower. I need people to grasp that, because that has been like and this isn't picking on anyone, but you go back to, just some of the calls that we've had this week, some of the texts, some of the conversations that we've had this week about Trey Lance not being ready. If Trey's not ready now and you don't want to let him get ready during like playing games, that's going to get him ready. If he's not ready now, benching him to put Jimmy Garoppolo in because it's a Super Bowl caliber team, he ain't ever going to be ready. It's over.
Right.
It's done. You blew it. Fire everyone.
And
Redfin.
And then in that scenario, you bench him for Jimmy because he's just not ready. You're getting rid of Jimmy in the offseason. And next year you go back to Trey after you benched him, embarrassed him, told him he's not ready, and be like, hey, now this franchise is yours, Trey. Let's do work.
I don't know why the Trey Lance conversation has lacked such logic. I don't know if it's the hot take stuff. I don't know if it's the I honest to God think this is what it is. I think it's people who think they need to be right. And this just isn't your 49er faithful out there. This is the Mike Florios and the Jason Lockenforas. It's those guys too who feel like it's almost like a pool amongst media members where they're like, what week is Jimmy going to start? 2, 3, 4. What's it going to take? 0-2, 1-1, just 2 bad performances. Like, and I'm going to say one other thing. I understand this is going to upset you. I'll cue it up, and this isn't directed at you.
Hey man,
Nope, that's Mitch. That's Mitch. Damn it, where is it?
Oh my God!
This is directed at the 49er faithful. All of this talk about we're a Super Bowl team and we're this and we're that. Calm down a little bit. You guys were 3-5 last year. You went on a nice little run that got you where you beat a Dallas Cowboys team that was scared to death. You beat a Green Bay Packers team that, for reasons known to absolutely no one, can't compete with you in the playoffs at all. Good for you, though. You went out there. You got a couple of wins. You lost to the Rams the third or fourth time you played them, whatever it was, third time you played them. But all of this assumption that we're a Super Bowl caliber team with the right quarterback, y'all need to fall back a little bit, because it was 2 defensive lapses that cost you the game, not Trey Lance. It was 12 penalties that cost you the game last week, not Trey Lance. It was 2 third down penalties late in the game that cost you that game against the Chicago Bears, not Trey Lance. Super Bowl teams don't do that. Super Bowl caliber teams don't do that. There's a lot of cleaning up that needs to be done before I'm going to call this San Francisco 49ers team a Super Bowl caliber team.
Now you're being, yeah, exactly. And you're being
chair to the back of the whole faithful right there. Y'all need to calm down.
And you're being a prisoner of the moment. Hold on just a minute.
I'm a prisoner of the moment.
Absolutely, you're a prisoner of the moment. What do you mean Super Bowl teams don't do that? What are you talking about?
Super Bowl teams don't make those mistakes. I ain't see Patrick Mahomes make a mistake in week 1. Did the Super Bowl already be? It's already been played. Is that what happened? If it was, I missed it. Is that what happened? Because who won the Super Bowl last year? I believe that was the Los Angeles Rams that won the Super Bowl. Week 10, they get blasted 31-10 by the Niners.
Week 12, they get blasted 30. Well, it's not blasted, but the game wasn't as close as the score indicates. 36-28 to the Green Bay Packers. They lose this by 17 to the Arizona Cardinals, 37-20. They give up 37 points to the Cardinals at home. Is that what Super Bowl teams do?
Yeah,
Hell, I
it
guess
is what they do.
They won one.
They won. Yeah.
So I guess that's what they do.
Yeah.
So don't tell me after 1 week that what Super Bowl teams just play perfect all year. Is that what you're telling me? They play perfect all year. There's no bad games. There's no bad. They gave up 37 at home to the Cardinals last year and won the Super Bowl. So defenses just don't never play bad for Super Bowl teams. That's what you're telling me.
And I got to be honest, I'm really stunned that you're reacting the way that you are to my assessment on the San Francisco 49ers. But it's funny because as of you had a stretch of like over the last 2 years, a good 9 games, and that's it. You lost to the Chicago Bears on Sunday, and your faithful are so in denial that you might be wrong about your team that you're going to blame the quarterback who was the least responsible for the loss.
First of all, don't put me in that faithful category. Any real ones? Any real ones? We don't like that faithful term. We don't. It's Niner gang. We leave it at that. We don't do that. I'm a faithful. We don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I am not using Niner gang. Bang bang Niner.
No, I didn't say bang bang. I said we were saying Niner gang before we said bang bang. That's what E40 did. We were saying Niner gang years before that. No, we don't incorporate that bang bang.
Whatever y'all are, I think y'all are a little too propped up right now on an NFC Championship loss, and you've got more to prove. You've got more to prove than what Trey Lance can do. You've got to prove that you can sustain something for an entire year. You got to prove
what
you think you can go 3-5 again and wind up in the playoffs. You think you can go 3-5 again and wind up in the position?
Absolutely can. I've expressed.
Do that.
Let me express. Do we want to do that? Absolutely not. But can we? Let me express again for the 20th time in the last 2 weeks why the NFC is garbage. So yes, you can go 3-5 and find a way to get into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do that. Do that then. Do that. And just blame Trey the whole way.
Who? Well, I know you're not talking to me. I'm talking.
Right.
Those people that are saying that we ain't paying attention to them. We're not paying attention to them. We know that they don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what they're talking about. We understand that.
Okay. I'm not sure. But we're an all-inclusive show. I want to bring them in here. So
we addressed that they have no idea what they're talking about. No clue.
That is true. Yeah.
So
it's true.
I'll say this. Once again, I go back to last year when they were 3-5. Did I panic? I laid out the scenario of why this could happen. I said, it was a little rough stretch. You got to take care. Before, it wasn't personnel. It was taking care of the penalties at the time, the turnovers at the time. Said, you do that, you'll be fine. There was no panic. I said, at the very least, you're always you're gonna be in it for the wild card. And people were like, wow, the Homer Caraway, what are you talking about? It's like, bro, there's 7 teams. Just look, by virtue of that alone, unless you just fall off the face of the earth, you're gonna have an opportunity. And there were 3 teams, 3 under 500. Well, one of them was 500 teams battling for the final playoff spot last year. So I was like, as long as you don't fall off the face of the earth, you'll be fine. Nothing changed here. Not this year. And definitely not after one game.
So to me, that scenario right there that you just laid out, that happened last year. Insinuating, or not insinuating, flat out saying that could happen again this year. Sure, they can go 3-5. They can absolutely be back in the playoffs going 3-5. When we're here in week 1 and we're talking about Super Bowl caliber teams that do that are not Super Bowl caliber teams.
The Niners.
Come on, man.
The championship game last year.
No. Yes, absolutely. You could go on the run. That's what I'm saying. I'm talking. Yeah, I don't think you either purposely didn't listen to what I said or you misheard me. And right now, if the team is going to make those same mistakes that got you to the point where they were 3-5 and you had to lay out that pathway for them to get to the playoffs, that right now, today on September 14th, is not a Super Bowl caliber team.
Yeah,
in week 9, in week 8, whatever, in week 9 or 10, whatever it was when they were 3-5, that was not a Super Bowl caliber team. When the New York Giants won their final 6 games to go on to beat the New England Patriots, that was not a Super Bowl caliber team. The Pittsburgh Steelers, same thing. That in those moments, they aren't a Super Bowl caliber team. Obviously, you go on to win this. All of this is just talk. In February, the first weekend of February, none of this matters. All of this is just talk right now. My point was the talk might be a smidge bit out of bounds given what we've seen from the San Francisco 49ers.
So here's where I push back on that. They are a Super Bowl caliber team. And they were a Super Bowl caliber team last year at 3-5. They weren't playing well enough. See, to me, and maybe we have different definitions of this. Like if you have the talent and you have the roster and you're just messing up and you're not doing what you're supposed to do, that doesn't mean you're not a Super Bowl caliber team. That means you're not playing up to your abilities. You could be playing, the Detroit Lions could be playing perfectly clean football. They're not good enough. So that's not a Super Bowl caliber team. They don't have good enough talent.
Our level of how good the 49ers were was based on our own assessments, though, because it wasn't coming off of what we actually saw. It was coming off of what we believe, what we think. So that's exactly what we were just talking about with the Kings, because the year prior, not to anyone's fault, not to any fault of their own, but they were all hurt. Everybody got hurt. Literally everybody got hurt.
So that's why it was off of what we saw, though, because we said if that same group can stay healthy, we've seen them go to the Super Bowl.
Well, now, at that point, but now we're erasing a whole year. Like, to me, and it's not 49ers wise. To me, I've never gotten that logic. We're just erasing a whole year and acting like it didn't happen. Like, there could have been you got guys getting older. You got, aches and pains that were at a level 5 at the start of the season. Everybody got hurt. Well, now they're at a level 7. Like, it's different, especially in football. Like, football's dog years. It's different in football.
And I understand that, but I do that with the Ravens. The Ravens had the most injury-plagued year last year. And I look back and I say, well, that was a factor. It's not their talent. It's not, in my opinion, it's not the people on the roster. If they can stay healthy, they can get back to being a Super Bowl contender like they were the year before when Lamar made it to the divisional round of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. Like it's not a Niner thing. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying like that's what we do. Like in extreme cases, like the 2020 Niners or the 2021 Ravens.
And my point was, I feel like that's flawed thinking. It's fine to look at it like, oh, these guys are coming back. I just feel like in football, I feel like that levels out. That line of thinking levels out a little bit more in basketball because I don't think you age as quickly in basketball. Mm-hmm. Just it's a different sport. But in football, I just feel like you age quicker. And that year, for those guys who played last year, it's great that the crew that was hurt, a bunch of talented players are coming in healthy. But there is a large group of players that played, and they've got the wear and tear of 17 games on their bodies now. So they aren't the same team that they were the year prior.
That's fair. And all I'm saying is, and we even put the caveat, I put the caveat on this 49ers team. I said, if they stay healthy, I don't know a team that is good enough to, if they have major players go down, can get through that and still be good. But that's why we put the caveat. If they're still healthy, we still believe that they can be good. Like all of it is, we don't know, right? Like the Chiefs, that nobody was really hurt last year. Travis Kelce can fall off a cliff this year. Like Jones could fall off a cliff this year. Like year to year, we don't know. Maybe they played too many games last year and wore their body down, and now this year they fall out. That's something we can say about teams that go off for injury or are completely healthy throughout the whole year. We don't know how this year is going to play out, but what we can do is we can see the last time, in a lot of cases, the last time they were there and say, I think if this happens again, if they're healthy again, they can be contenders. Moral of the story is the Niners are Super Bowl contenders right now.
The moral of the story is I absolutely believe the San Francisco 49ers are Super Bowl contenders. What I don't believe is the San Francisco 49ers are Super Bowl contenders. Therefore, they've got to bench Trey Lance and bring Jimmy Garoppolo in because Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback the last time this team went to the Super Bowl.
That's just somebody being high. Somebody being high. That's all it is.
And I think as I was listening to Locked On and Locked On 49ers and our guy Eric Crocker.
You can charge it up like Eric Crocker.
And Candlestick Chronicles and all that. And I'm like, this is a Super Bowl caliber defense. I've got Nick Bosa winning Defensive Player of the Year.
Mm.
I absolutely believe in this defense. I'm gonna need to see Eric Armstead of those final 8 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Eric that's not fair. 9 games. I need to see that Eric Armstead. Need to see Fred Warner do what he do. I love what we saw. At the start of the for the secondary. The start the secondary had with 2 very notable exceptions. I'm very skeptical about the offense, and that's not Trey. I'm not skeptical about Trey Lance. I'm skeptical about the offense. George Kittle already missed a game. Do you think that's the last game George Kittle misses? If George Kittle plays 16 games this year, that is a massive success.
I'll tell you. I'll say this: the chance, and follow me when I say this is just the gut feeling that I have based on how he goes. The chances of him playing out the rest of the season are higher than him missing games anymore this season, in my opinion. Really? Because you've gotten the injury out of the way. He's good for one injury throughout the George Kittle doesn't really miss games like twice. Like he might not even play week 2, but he doesn't have like 2 separate injuries. He gets hurt to the point where like he can't go for 2 or 3 games, and then that's it. You just don't know when the 2 or 3 games are going to happen.
What was it again? Do you remember off the top of your head? What kept him? Groin. That's right. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, and groin.
There we go. NFL conspiring against the Kings again. Or excuse me,
the Niners. Oh no, we got 2 leagues against us. Oh no,
they're conspiring again. All of a sudden, rain in the forecast on Sunday. Here we go again. So you might not play Kittle again.
That's a mistake. The game's in California.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't rain here ever.
Yeah, I know. But no, that's why I say. That's why I say they're conspiring against us. It's okay.
That sounds like Mother Nature coming for you, not the NFL.
Yeah, it's never.
Are you saying Mother Nature's in bed with the NFL? Is that what you're suggesting?
And the Rams, yes.
Everybody's in bed. Everybody's in bed with the Rams. Like, come on.
Niners always get the short end of the stick. You know what I'm saying? We always playing uphill.
Going from 2017 to last year. 15 games, 16 games, 14 games, 8 games, 14 games. That's George Kittle.
Yeah, and like I said, there's no scientific study for me feeling that way. I just know that typically
be an odd study. That'd be a weird use of science right there.
I just know typically it feels like he gets hurt at some point during the season and misses a game or 2. But he doesn't get hurt multiple times where he misses games. He get hurt and he'll play through it, and he doesn't miss multiple sets of games typically. So I wouldn't put any money on it, but
that was my next question.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, but I feel like he'll be around for the rest of the season.
Okay.
Maybe just being hopeful.
14 games. It was 17 last year, right?
Yeah.
17 last year.
3 games last year. Yeah, missed the Cardinals game, the Bears game, and
that's ridiculous. That's absurd that you remember that. 14. I mean, looking back on it, I guess it's not that bad. What stands out is the 2020 year where the 49ers were just decimated by injuries, period.
He's always nicked up, though. Like, always. Like, he's always, like at some point in the season, he starts to get, like, questionable every week. But he plays. He ends up playing.
I feel like we should know something about his. When is Kyle talking today?
I thought he should have been talking about now, but
he's right now. Yeah, he's very literally. Kyle Shanahan should be talking to the media right now. Trey Lance will speak later, so we'll keep you updated on that. Point being is, practice isn't until 1:48. We should have, if nothing else, an idea of George Kittle's availability this week. If he's out for practice, I don't think that means that he's out for the game. But if he's out for practice, I'm a little bit more concerned than I was last week when I just assumed once the injury happened, he's probably not going to play, and it's probably not that big of a deal. Because now I'm wondering how big of a deal, in fact, it was that he didn't play.
Kyle, yeah, he's speaking now, right?
Yeah, 12:40.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to speak at 12:40, and then Trey Lance will speak right after. We'll keep you updated on.
I don't know if we. Well, no, we did settle something in that whole discussion.
No, the discussion.
It's not Trey's fault. And I'll even go as far as to say this: if they lose on Sunday, I'm pretty sure that's not Trey's fault either.
Let me ask you this: Am I wrong in the thinking that if this team is truly a Super Bowl caliber team, they're a Super Bowl caliber team because of the defense?
Yes.
Like that is the primary reason.
Yeah, right now, yes. Like coming into the season, week 2, they may get to a point later in the season where, you feel like, because, now the offense is clicking. But right now, and that's why I'm a little harder on the defense in that week 1 game, because they're going to have to carry the load at least to start this season, and they didn't do it in week 1.
I think it can. I think the offense can click with the defense still being the reason why they're in the position that they are.
That's fair enough.
We'll come back. Ceiling is the Roof Performance of the Night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Coming up,
we didn't even talk about this.
When all else fails, start a fight. Steeler and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I thought practice was this morning. I didn't realize it was after Kyle's availability. Oh, come on, man. It's making life hard on me. Hey, I'm sure he's not in here, man. It's his birthday, but happy birthday to House Party. JT turns 19 today.
On, happy birthday, House Party. Yes, sir.
I don't know what you come to do.
I don't know what you come to do.
I've been doing all day. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty damn easy. Yeah, it's super easy. I will do a Photoshop of D'Lo, KC, and Jesse every day until they get into the studio. That's fantastic. That girl's still making them, right?
Yeah, she made one the other day. Yeah, Chiron, I was going to mention that, man. I was going to mention that when it came back.
The way you walk, the way you talk.
Keenan Allen always gets hurt, doesn't he?
Yeah, it definitely does. Is he out? Yikes.
All that tells me is you better get him now. You better get the Chargers now. Because if you let them start off 3-1 and they start getting these people back. All y'all sounding crazy. I don't be worried about nothing you guys say about the Niners. Because the more that you guys say they're sorry, the more confidence it gives me. Because all last year, y'all was telling me how sorry they were. We know how that ended up. So please continue to say how sorry they are, how they're no good. It just makes me feel better.
Looks like
Fair question. I'd only say
it looked like
you alluded to it, Howard, that there are particular rights here of someone who
it might be worth running back later. Looked like Howard asking the hard questions.
One second, Jesse.
Boy, Adam Silver's having a tough day.
Yes, he should.
He's having a tough day.
As we should, although we'll talk about that. Whenever you want to get into that, we can get in that. Because I got some thoughts. And I don't think it's as cut and dry as people are saying it.
We'll play some of the sound. Yeah, we'll play some of the sound from Adam Silver when we get into this discussion. Go ahead.
Can I answer Jesse's question? Jesse, during the break, asked me what would cause me to get nervous about the 49ers. Like what record, what loss, whatever. Let me be perfectly clear. And Damien, you know this because I've said it numerous different times over the life of this show.
I believe let me be perfectly clear is equal to make no bones about it.
Got to make that shirt. Got to make that quote shirt.
We got you.
I'm always nervous about 49ers. Every game.
We could have the bones spell out KC. I'm just thinking out loud, just some bones spelling out. But yeah, go ahead. You are nervous. Yes, you indeed.
We never. This is how I feel as a 49er fan. Nothing's ever easy and simple. I can never just be riding high and happy, and super confident that we're going to win this game because it just never happens that way. Never happens that way. The Niners at one point in 2019, they started off 8-0 or 9-0. I can't remember. They started off 8-0 or 9-0, right? They lose to the Seahawks on Monday Night Football, and we got to worry about if we're going to win the division. I think the Seahawks were like 5-3 at the time, and we lose to the Seahawks, and all of a sudden after being 9-0, it's like, damn, well, now they got the tiebreaker, and now we got this tough stretch. Like, it's never easy. It's never I can't never just smooth sailing. So I'm worried they might lose on Sunday.
What would the fun in that be?
They're 10 times better than the Seahawks. That doesn't mean I'm not worried that they're going to lose on Sunday. What happened? Oh, rain in the forecast out of nowhere. Of course.
Literally hasn't rained in at least 3.5 years.
And it chooses that. And once again, just like Chicago, it ain't raining on Friday or Saturday. It's not raining on Monday, but it's going to rain on Sunday.
I mean, at some point, like the 49ers are going to have to learn to play in the rain. There is legitimately a 60% chance of rain on Sunday. That is amazing.
Nothing on Friday or Saturday, nothing on Monday, just Sunday.
Yo, there's a chance of rain here. That's wild. It was like 124 days ago.
Yeah, it was. So to answer Jesse's question, I mean, there's a part of me that's always nervous. Now, to the point where I panic, that might be, and when I say panic, I think about like, making a quarterback switch. I mean, the thought of a quarterback switch would enter my head if they started off 0-4. Would I actually do it? No. But the thought would begin to.
What would enter your head if they were 0-4?
A quarterback switch.
Oh, a quarterback switch.
Yeah. Thought.
So a quarterback switch, that's giving up on Trey Lance, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why it's a little more. It's
you're done.
More weight. Yeah. It carries a little more weight than just the quarterback change. Because remember, with Jimmy, when they were 2-4, at the Chicago game was his last stand. Like it was like, yo, Jimmy, you don't win this game. Like, what's the point in still having you as starting quarterback? Put the kid in. So there does come a point where you got to move on, but you were already going to be moving on from Jimmy, so it was a little easier last year. Now, if you bench Trey at 0-4, now you're looking for a new quarterback, like in general.
Period. Yeah.
Not just because Jimmy's not going to be here next year.
And it makes me feel like you should be looking for a head coach and a general manager as well.
Too. I mean, that's what we always talk about.
I mean, that's
tenure is connected to Trey Lance.
Right. Now, I'm not taking a shot at them. I'm taking a shot at when you roll the dice to move up to get it. This isn't a quarterback that you missed on at 3. This is a quarterback that you moved up to get at 3. Those are not the same. Those are two very, very different. Imagine how much worse things would be if the Kings had traded up to draft Marvin Bagley. It's bad as it is. But if they had traded up, it would be multiple times worse. That's the situation the 49ers are in if this goes south with Trey Lance and they wind up yanking him to put Jimmy Garoppolo in. And, Kyle Shanahan, as we mentioned, speaking right now, George Kittle will not practice today. Again, it's Wednesday. I won't read too much into that. I'll read a lot more into it if he doesn't practice tomorrow.
Yeah. Also not practicing Daniel Brunskill, hamstring, Trent Williams, vet rest day, and Dre Greenwald was limited with the elbow.
Yes, George Kittle is not on a vet rest day. He's not practicing because of his groin. But again, it's Wednesday. I wouldn't weigh too much into this. Obviously, we're not a part of the press conference. I don't even know if watching the press conference is still a thing. But I'm not sure what type of work he's getting in today. Meaning George Kittle. I'm not type of work sure what work he's getting in. So we'll monitor this situation a lot closer because we posed the question a couple of days ago. Maybe it's a little bit bigger of a deal than we originally thought. Obviously, in hindsight, they lost the game. You want all your bodies available out there, and you wonder if one little, tight end leak out that was mistimed, maybe it wouldn't have been mistimed with George Kittle. You want all your star players in place. So, I mean, if you don't like the Seahawks, that's perfectly fine. At the very worst, they're comparable to Chicago. Probably going to want your guys available, regardless of monsoons, weather conditions, or I don't imagine the Santa Clara rain, the 50% chance of Santa Clara rain is going to look anything like what we saw in Chicago. But still, I think you want your guys in place.
And it becomes a situation of, do you want to risk it in those conditions with George Kittle? And part of me says, like,
well, the field, I think the Santa Clara field will be very, very different than Soldier Field. Even if it rains hard, and there's no chance that it's going to rain hard.
It'll be different, but it's still growing. Like you think about that on a sunny day. Like, do you want to risk it? So
sure,
that has to go into it. The other aspect of missing George Kittle that maybe was overlooked was his impact in the running game and his run blocking. And there were a couple of times in the game on the goal line. I was watching somebody's clips where Juwan Jennings missed a key block that maybe Jeff Wilson would have got in on or something like that. And who knows? I don't know how the formations and the substitutions are set up, but maybe instead of Jennings blocking out there, that's Kittle's spot. And Kittle, does better at run blocking than Jennings or Ayuk or something like that. So it's little things like that with him that you gotta think about as well.
So again, George Kittle not practicing today. The 49ers haven't begun practice. That will begin in about 45 minutes, but Kyle Shanahan is speaking to the media right now. So we'll monitor the George Kittle situation a lot closer tomorrow. In the meantime, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night, brought to you by our people over at ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment right now. Cut your bill way down. Cut those energy bills way down with ACR Solar and Roofing. They'll do a complete assessment for you and find out if solar panels are right. Maybe they're not. Maybe a new roof is what you're looking for. They can handle all of that for you, but I guarantee they're going to save you a lot of money. Again, ACR Solar and Roofing, 916-481-7200. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night. There was a couple of people to choose from, so I gave it to a couple of people. Couldn't just give it to A'ja Wilson after the performance she had last night, so I gave it to the trio on the Las Vegas Aces, A'ja Wilson, Chelsea Gray, and Kelsey Plum. They did it again. 67 of the Aces, 45 points. I put an emphasis on 67 because that is exactly how many points the Las Vegas Aces as a whole scored in game one. Oof. Which they won 67-64. But they won this one. Kenny and I were leaving Delco, and it was like, man, I forgot the game was on. I'm going to try to get home. To get the game. I mean, some people went out for wine and fine steaks. I wanted to go watch the WNBA finals. So I caught the TV. The Aces were up by like 90. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess I could have gone for wine and steaks if Kenny had covered, my portion of the bill, but I got home and was able to watch the rest of it. The Sun had cut it. It was closer. And then for reasons known to no one, they left Chelsea Gray open. 1 4-point play later, and this joker's over. The Aces are up 2-0 in the WNBA Finals. 26-10 on 10 of 13 shooting for your girl, A'ja Wilson, and they got a chance to capture. It's so frustrating. They got a chance to capture the championship. Is it Thursday?
Yeah, they play Thursday.
I thought they didn't play till Sunday. Okay, so they play good. They get a chance to capture it tomorrow. Good, because I did not want that game to be on Sunday. No,
I don't think there'll be any game on Sunday. That's just my.
Yeah, I don't think there will be either. No, I'm with you. I don't think there will be either. We had a pretty good feeling this would be over quickly, and I think it will. I think it'll be over Thursday.
Let me ask you a question. I'm not asking you to go spot track on me right now, but WNBA contracts they're not necessarily year to year, but there is a lot of turnover, right? So I say that to say all three of those young ladies and Jackie Young, and they're all going to be back next year too, right?
Kelsey definitely. I don't know. I actually don't know Chelsea Gray's status. I don't imagine they would do anything to let her go. The big three, I believe, will be for sure. The rest of the roster, I don't know the makeup. I know Bill Laimbeer put together a good chunk of this roster. Obviously, he's not the coach this year, so they're at least a year removed from this. So I don't know.
Why is it? I mean, is that just me? Am I like making it up, or is there like more turnover than you would think in the WNBA. It seems like the bigger players stay where they're at, but the role player, like I love my girl Jackie Young. That's my girl, but the players like her seem to move a little more frequently.
Yeah, it's. I mean, the main reason the league's so small because there are so few teams. When you get into vets like Jackie, and when you get into people who've been in the league a long time, you start doing math, and it's like, do we want to keep someone in the league who has a certain tier contract after 4 or 5 years, or do we just draft a player and have them fill that role? That's why you see turnover with those types of players so often. It's math. That's ultimately all it is.
Yeah. Well, Aces.
So tune in tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow. Strong consideration went to Aaron Judge, who hit 2 more home runs last night. 56 and 57. For Aaron Judge, his 10th multi-home run game of the season.
I think he's going to get to 62. I do.
Is he? He has.
This guy's lighting it up right now. Ever since we said he got to pick it up a little bit to get to a certain number, he's starting to turn up.
He has 20 more home runs than the person in second place. It's Kyle Schwarber. That's 37. Is Aaron Judge the AL MVP?
I think so. I know there may be thoughts over of Ohtani, but Aaron Judge is having, not that Ohtani's not, but Aaron Judge is having one of the great seasons we've seen in recent memory. So if you look at his numbers, the crazy thing about it too is I think he's like top 10. No, nobody cares anymore. But I feel he's like top 10 in batting average.
He really wants to finish with a 300 batting average. I heard him say that. I think it was this week. It might have been last night. He really wants to finish with a 300 batting average.
Bro, 57 home runs, first in the American League. 123 RBIs, first in the American League. OPS of 1.105, first in the American League. Batting average 310, seventh in the American League. One of the great seasons we've ever seen.
Do you have the do you have who's first in front of you?
First,
in batting average.
Batting average.
Can he get it? Can he get there?
Let me see.
It
My
doesn't
first
seem
thought
like
is no. If you're that far back with this little time left, typically, like you're probably going to end up there. Like I think he'd have to like collapse completely to not bat 300 this year, which I don't see happening. But let's see who leads the league in average.
Batting average is such like an antiquated baseball stat now. Those
and
good old back of
really
the baseball card stacks. Yeah,
it really disgusts me. Luis Arraez. I used to know everybody that led everything in baseball. I don't know who this guy is, to be honest.
What's the number?
Bad job by me. He's batting 319. So maybe he could get there.
319 to 313.
So I guess this is more for the MVP candidacy. When I read those numbers, those were major league rankings. He's fourth in American League in batting average at 310.
Is the Triple Crown AL or ML like league wide?
It's league. It's just your league, AL, NL. It's not MLB.
Still seems like a stretch to make up.
It does. 9 points seems to be a lot.
That feels like that's an MVP season. Now I'm bring it. Does any conference or federation or union or association want to make any proclamations about their belt? Anyone?
Jesse, do you? Is Jesse?
Bruno Sammartino. He's not taking it off.
Shohei Ohtani is Bruno Sammartino. Okay. KC? I mean, the KCC is in shambles.
KCC.
Champion of the world!
Aaron Judge. All rise. He has the belt.
The KCC is in shambles.
He has the belt.
Absolute shambles.
KCC Major League Baseball champion, is on. Aaron Judge has a strap right now.
Mm-hmm.
Not only is he having an MVP season, but we're going to see him into October. We're not going to see Ohtani into October. That's no fault of his. He's still a beast.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Aaron Judge right now.
Just quick, get a quick confirmation from the studio. Jesse, did we have any discussions about championship belts before the show?
No, we did not.
Do you think there was any chance that the KCC baseball title would have changed hands had I not brought it up right here on this show?
Honestly, no. Yeah, I wouldn't have changed.
Yeah. Okay.
And for the record, I need to see Judge go 6 in the score.
The KCC is in absolute shambles right now. It is a mess.
Look, Jesse, you're not going to see Ohtani go 6 scoreless innings much anymore. He ain't playing too much longer.
Ohtani made playoffs last year, and he still had the belt.
It's true.
How did he get it? He got it because he won the MVP. Because for me, at least, Vlad had got it when they won like 17 games in a row. Remember that? And I think
I do.
Got it back.
I don't think you gave it to Vlad, though. I think you threatened to give it to Vlad, and you never did.
I threatened.
I think you threatened to give it to Vlad, and you didn't actually do it. I don't think you did. I don't think you did.
Aaron Judge has the belt.
There's been one champion in the history of these associations in baseball, and it's been Shohei Ohtani until this exact moment, where I think I just convinced Kenny live on the radio to change. Again, said it before, Earl Hebner, Tim Donaghy, they're running around all over the place. You got evil twin referees. The football title is vacant. It's a mess.
I can't wait to see Kenny gets the belt in the NFL.
And who has the NBA title? Steph. Because you gave it to Tatum for like an hour, and then Steph took it, and now it's just all right. I guess that's where we are.
Steph has the title in the NBA. There is a WrestleMania 4 tournament for the KCC belt that's being held this Sunday and Monday in the NFL. And Aaron Judge, all rise, now has it in Major League Baseball.
Macho Man's going to have to wrestle. Patrick Mahomes is going to have to play 4 times to win the title. He's going to need help from Hulk Hogan to win.
He's going to have to beat Bad News Brown in the second round.
No, I don't think it was Bad News Brown. It wasn't Bad News Brown. It was Natural Butch Reed. That's who he beat in the second round. Your look at you getting. He beat. Think about this: to become the WWF champion, he beat. I think he beat. Was it Greg the Hammer Valentine? He beat the Natural Butch Reed. He beat One Man Gang, who later became better known as Akeem the African Dream. Oh man.
He's a real brother. He's a real brother. You did.
That reminds me, as we're talking about championships and we're talking about great players, we're going to talk to Joe Davidson coming up here in just a couple of minutes.
Like, why did I agree to go on?
I can't believe he hasn't disconnected yet. Like, I just can't. Like, I always wonder, like, do the people who come on this show listen to it? Do they have any idea what we do for 4 hours a day? As we're doling out championships, and since I'm in a mood today, I think the disrespect level for a particular player in the National Basketball Association is getting a little bit out of control. Now, I know many of you are preparing for 15 minutes of me screaming about Russell Westbrook. That's not the case. Some people out there are writing and talking as if Kawhi Leonard isn't one of the best basketball players in the league.
That is getting disrespectful.
Yo, I get he wasn't around last year. Like, I understand that. But this, and I'll take James to task for this when he joins us too, because James does this a lot too. All of this, his injuries, and he missed time with San Antonio. He hasn't been injured since. He has a unique load management schedule, which he implemented in Toronto. And how did that work out?
Championship.
Right. And then, well, can't really excuse what happened in 2020. That was a little rough. I'm not going to put that on the shoulders of Kawhi Leonard, but the ending of the Los Angeles Clippers season was a little rough. The 2020-2021 season.
Right. But to your point though, Well, number one, it wasn't his play, and number
was
two,
19. Sorry.
number two, he was out there. They didn't lose because he got hurt. He was playing.
No, I meant the ending of the Clippers season. I meant the fact that the Clippers, I think, blew a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, in the bubble, which gets faker by the day.
I always thought that assessment was trash. It's not exactly trash. I don't agree with it, but it's not the worst take. Like that bubble is that whole thing is starting to really look off.
Funny in the light.
Like what? Like what is this? Like though it did cost Vlade his job. So I mean,
yeah, that is true. It's funny because Reese watches like a lot of basketball YouTube videos, right? And it'll be like, top 50 player, or he'll take one specific player. Kevin Durant, or not him, Kawhi Leonard's best moments. And they're playing these games. They show him, like dunking over the Mavericks in the first round a couple years ago. And then the Raptor shot and all these other moves. And then like they're going clip by clip. And then all of a sudden you have these weird bubble clips. It's like, what the hell was this?
Yeah, they. I think the further we get away from it, I think we should probably erase it. Not you don't have to erase titles. I'm not suggesting the Lakers can't. We just don't show it. They know the Lakers won a title in 2020. There's no evidence of it, but they have it. They won. You could see it. We're going to talk to Joe Davidson when we come back. Lots of high school football to talk about, and the women's Final Four in Sacramento. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Wow. That's true. That's true. Joe D.
What's going on, people?
What's happening, my man?
Good to see you, Damien. What's going on? Look at your backdrop with all those bottles. Empty bottles, right?
We got to get you one, Joe.
No, most of those are full. The clear ones at the top are empty.
Yeah, I'll get one.
We've got plenty for
looking
you.
all slick with his Cardinals hat and his.
Just trying to match a little bit. Just trying to coordinate a little bit, Joe. Just trying to coordinate.
I hear you.
You know how I was out on the McClatchy basketball court. I had to make sure everything was fresh.
Man, I'm telling you, Damien, he was such a riot to watch, and I'm telling you,
I believe it.
Cool.
I believe it.
Yeah. And how's your mom, Kenny?
She's great.
You still have your mom?
Yeah.
She's still good.
She's great. Still running around and waiting for basketballs. Now she don't yell at my games. She yells at my son's games.
Does she yell at Kings games?
She don't really like the Kings.
Oh, she sends me text messages with with her thoughts on particular coaches.
Oh, see, those are the best fans. Hey, in my years doing this local gig, nobody's more in tune than the mothers. They know everything. They know what's going on. And so I get emails all the time and say, hey, well, I got you. Tell me what's going on at your program. And this and that. They know who's playing. They know who's not playing. They know what coach is under the heat. They're pretty unfiltered too. So it's
the coach is under the heat because they're putting them under the heat.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, like I said, now Cheryl is yelling at Reese's 9-year-old AAU games. That's her.
Right on.
Wow.
Are you having a good time as a parent?
Oh yeah, I love it. I love everything about his games, game day. Oh, that's like when we played baseball this past year, and I think that was kind of like the first year back from COVID.
Right.
Or, we had another year before that, but this was the first like real year. And man, game day was always so exciting. It was like, yeah, let's go. I was more excited than he was. So
no, that's very cool. That's very cool.
Oh man. What's the do you know the number off the top of your head? I was looking at it's like 80. What is the Del Oro number that they've beaten their opponents by?
No, it's Oak Ridge, 182-0.
Oh my God!
And Del Oro is the one that ran kids through a practice last week at 115 degrees.
That was awesome.
And if you mention that, because people say, well, we used to practice in that. No, nobody's ever practiced in that because it's never been that hot.
Right.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Obviously, high school, we got to talk about Del Oro. So we'll
bad luck.
Yeah, Oak Ridge, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's what I was reading from you this weekend. That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts. I'm the exact opposite of the way Kenny used to be. I have to read the Sacramento Bee on my iPad.
I love it.
I like the iPad. You know why I like the iPad? Because they give you the same look as the real paper.
That's exactly right. The old e-edition.
That's how I read it when I read it on the iPad. I don't read the internet version.
Don't look down on people who read the internet version. My Sacramento Bee comes through Apple News, so that's how it reads. Regular old internet.
When I found out they did that, I was like, "Oh yeah, this is awesome."
God, I remember when the internet first hit. It's like, how's this going to impact media? And you just got to roll with it. Now you can post stories ASAP, and that was before Twitter came rolling along. And Twitter and Facebook are huge for me. What I do, it's just a perfect way to engage and people comment and read links because so many people are on social media all the time.
Right. That's what I do on Friday nights. I just go to Joe D's his Twitter, and then he.
We're back here on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Of course, we're on ESPN 1320 AM as well. We're live all over the world on the Odyssey app. We welcome in our good friend, Joe Davidson of the Sacramento Bee. Joe D, want to talk high school football as we do pretty regularly with you, but I threw out an interesting tease there, as they say in the radio business before the break. Can you fill us in a little bit, because Kenny and I just learned about this yesterday. There's a chance the women's Final Four is coming to the Golden One Center in the coming years.
Yes, and it may come, and good to see you, Damian and Kenny, and it could be here a couple of times. There's going to be a news conference of sorts at about 2:40 today, right outside Golden One. People who are entertaining the bids or looking at cities. Good thing they showed up in Sacramento this week and not last week when it's 140 degrees. Hey, here you die. But hey, it's beautiful weather. It's 71 degrees. It's like that all the time here. Come. But I think that there's some real possibilities because Sacramento has hosted the men's NCAA tournament rounds at Golden One before. It's going to come again this spring. It was flushed away with COVID a couple of years ago. So it's already been vetted. If the men's tournament has been here, it's been vetted, and Sacramento State was the host school doing it at Golden One, then it shows that it can be done. And some people may be thinking, it's women's basketball. Who cares? Well, go out and watch it for one. If you want to, I wrote a column last year saying, if you're fed up with the Kings, go watch Sac State and go watch UC Davis women's basketball as they set screens and fundamentals count. And there you go. There's a lot of men coaching women's basketball in college or in the high school levels who do it for those very reasons. They find the women to be very coachable and into fundamentals and setting screens and boxing out. So it's a pure level of good basketball. And if we're watching some of the WNBA playoffs, it's been some great games. I saw Becky Hammond had a special guest in her locker room with Greg Popovich came in there, and he was just raving to the team. I love how physical you are and how you play and just keep doing it. And what a thrill for them. And so I think it'd be great if the Final Four lands here for women. I think there's going to be an excellent shot. You get you know how it is, guys. You get a brand new arena and things will come. And the 49ers got Levi Stadium, and what happens? Super Bowl 50 was hosted. Right. And I remember talking to David Stern, the late, great David Stern, and can the Kings ever host an NBA All-Star game? Get a new arena, get plenty of hotel space. Still waiting, but it's probably on the radar. You got to have that splashy arena, and you got to have plenty of hotels, and then anything's possible.
Got to make sure we get to Utah first, though.
That's right.
Gosh, how? I think the women's Final Four being here in Sacramento would be phenomenal. It'd be one of the best things that ever happened to this city.
And it would sell out. It would sell out because there's no
major way.
Yes, and if it happened, it's not going to happen this spring. They're looking down the road, but it could happen multiple times. But if you get, let's say, Stanford is still playing like Stanford, wouldn't that be a great, number one West seed here at Golden One and things like that? And
Duke would be better.
Duke would be. That's a good call there too.
Winning the national championship on the floor of the Golden One Center would be better.
I'd be on the podium.
Brother, I'd be on the podium.
with pretty good access too, my friend, I'm sure. So it would be a cool thing. So we'll have a story later today or first thing in the morning on satb.com on just what they're talking about and how that process works. But man, like we said, good thing there's good weather here. This is appealing.
Yeah. And the thing about this, Joe, that I think may play in Sacramento's favor, from what I remember about this, maybe things have changed. I think there's 7 cities for 5 years. So Sacramento's just trying to be one of the 5, and not be one of the 2 that's out. But the NCAA has already shown some love to the region, because when we thought we were getting a stadium, didn't they say the women's soccer championship were supposed to be at that field that was supposed to be?
So, exactly. Exactly right. And we've had NC2A championship track and field and cross country in Sacramento. And it's the state capital. Who are we fooling here? They should have big events here. You got a big time arena like that. It should be a green light to have all kinds of things. We have high school state championships there. We have high school section championships there. We got the Kings. We have NC2A March Madness is going to have a stopover, and I've covered those before, and those things are a hot ticket. And I think the women's Final Four would be as well, no doubt.
Well, let's dig into some high school football stuff. Before we, talk about the weekend of games, you just kind of alluded to the terrible weather that we had last week, and we were talking about just organically. Kenny and I were having a discussion about coaching in this weather, not going forward with games. I think we were talking to Matt George and like moving games. And then seconds later, your article goes up and we get tagged in it like, hey, you need to see what Joe D wrote. And can you feel it? This was at Del Oro that they were just, I know, and I don't want to, Del Oro wasn't the only school that was practicing at 3:30. We know that for sure because Matt George was at a practice at 3:30, but Del Oro is a monster here, so they have a little bit more of a microscope on them when things like this happen.
Yeah, it was last Tuesday when it was 115 degrees, and it's going to be much hotter on a field turf, which just seems to radiate heat. And Del Oro is absolutely one of the regional powerhouses rooted in Loomis and Placer County. I've known the coach there a long time, Mike Mabin. Still waiting to hear from anybody from Del Oro. The district, the Placer Unified School District, put a gag order in sorts on media about any of this topic. And I think that somebody should talk about it. The district did put out a statement after we ran our story about a football player who collapsed in the heat. He's okay. But there were concerns, and it's interesting that the Del Oro, and people are saying from the Del Oro football community, they're very supportive of Mike Mabin, the coach, who was a UC Davis product. He was a scholar athlete of highly regarded renown at Del Oro years ago, only wanted to teach and coach at Del Oro. And, the father of the player who went down, I tracked him down. We're not trying to do sensationalism, but when you're doing stories on heat and something happens like that, we need to track it down. And he said in the story, I have no animosity towards Coach Mike Mabin, but I'm concerned that this practice even happened. So he has more issues with the principal, who I was not able to get a hold of despite repeated efforts. And then the district put out a statement basically saying we're going to have to refresh our guidelines here. This shouldn't have happened. That's what the father said as well. And any notion, and we've heard it all on social media, and a lot of it pretty harsh and mean-spirited, including in emails, people saying, oh, well, those guys need to toughen up. We used to practice in that stuff all the time. No, you didn't, because it's never been 115 degrees before. It's been 100 degrees, but 15 degrees hotter is a lot hotter. And it was not a long boot camp practice. It was a shortened practice with lots of water. But a big, tough-minded, hard-driving kid went down. And, there are some guys, there are some in the Del Oro program who are disputing our story and, how accurate are we and why are we so hateful towards Del Oro, which is laughable. And maybe the father has a vendetta against the program, which he does not. He made that clear. And, we'd like to make it more balanced, but if the school district puts a gag order on the coaches and the principal and the secretary and everybody and the athletic director, our hands are tied. And so there it is. And he's fine. The student, and he loves football. He loves his teammates. So he's going to be okay. But heat stroke is a scary deal when you get your helmets on and all that. And that's a learning message for everybody. You can't do it in that kind of weather. Just can't.
It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, Joe. There's too many adults involved. There's too many people that would have to either turn a blind eye or okay that or both for that to happen. As a coach myself, I don't coach football, but I coach youth. And there are a number of different ways to prepare for a game in that situation and a number of different ways to get better at as a team. You have film studies. You've got gyms. If you want to do some type of walkthrough, you have big gyms, small gyms. You got multi-purpose rooms. If you just have to do something, but going out on a field at 113, 14, 15 degrees, it's unacceptable.
Yeah, and it's a prideful program that's done so many good things over so many good years and a lot of championships. And even a walkthrough was brutally hot. And, they started doing morning practices after that. The heat wave is over. We're back to normal. Thank goodness. But that was unusual. It's like practicing on the surface of the sun. There were a lot of high school games that junior varsity and freshman games that were canceled last week because of the heat, because they're kicking off at 4 p.m. When it's super hot, and some games were pushed back to 8:30 or 9 p.m. And you know what? No complaining, people. I don't want to hear anybody complain about playing late kickoffs, because there were some schools way up in Forest Hill area where they're evacuating towns, and they're wondering if their house survived. So we need more perspective. And any of this notion of kids aren't as tough as they used to be is ridiculous. We did some stories a couple of weeks ago, but that the hydrated athlete is the better performing athlete. We all remember the old days when we're not going to water you, we're going to make you tougher. That's archaic old thinking. Tackling has been reduced tenfold in practices, and even including at Sacramento State, they're still winning just to keep the body fresh and the brain better. And so we've evolved, but tough way for Del Oro to be reminded you can't have a practice like that. Anybody who was doing a practice like that, some school districts mandated no volley or no golf, tennis, water polo, or anything last week because it's just too hot. And so football, you're going to have to go in the morning or at night or just not go. But coaches are so programmed. We got to go by our routine or what we do every day. But you have to be flexible. You got to be flexible.
Most importantly, as you've noted on a number of occasions, the young man is okay. Hopefully, not just Del Oro, but all other programs learn for this. Hopefully, this is something we never, ever deal with again. And Mother Nature just says, yeah, that was just a one-off. We're good. We're not going to do that again. You do it in 80 years. Just don't do it in my lifetime. That was a rough week.
Do it in July when we're all by the pool.
Yeah, fair enough. Any shakeups over the weekend?
No, but we got an interesting thing going on up at at Oak Ridge High School up in El Dorado Hills. 3-0 start under Coach Casey Taylor. He was a long-time coach at Del Oro, incidentally, and they're 3-0, having outscored everybody 118 to nothing. Let me do the math. It was 62-0, 56-0, 63-0 against good teams. And now they're playing on Thursday, a Thursday night game against Pleasant Valley of Chico, home of Aaron Rodgers. So they play some good football. This is the number one team in the northern section. So it's hard to shut people out in any level of football. So that's impressive. Folsom still our number one team, is going to play at Pittsburgh in the East Bay on Friday in a non-league game. Then we'll play at De La Salle, the big mega power there. So we have great, ambitious scheduling. Del Oro's played powerhouse teams and plays Menlo Atherton of the Bay Area on Friday with a 5-star national recruit, Jurion Dickey, who's headed to Oregon. This guy looks like an NFL guy already. Great hands and talent. So our heavies are taking on their heavies, and I think it's great for this area of football. I encourage people to go out and watch a football game when it's not 109 and go out and enjoy the product.
Joe, real quick, because I know you got to get out of here. But, yeah, you're talking about Folsom and probably playing De La Salle. Yeah, we're talking about Oak Ridge, going up to Chico, playing them. We get all that. There's even a big game between Sheldon and Jesuit this weekend as well. We all know that. But we got to give the people what they want. And the people need to know McClatchy versus Kennedy on Friday. Tell me how the Lions are about to beat down those Kennedy Cougars.
As spoken by a prideful, graduate of McClatchy High School, a basketball player who was sometimes late getting to the second half because he's signing autographs and taking selfies. And
that still happens.
Exactly. So every week in the B, we do we pick games. We pick them. We have a little comment. We have a score. And I picked one of our 7 or 8 games was McClatchy at Kennedy. And my comment is, why would we pick a winless bowl? They're both of them because they care. It's a Metro League opener and it's a traditional game. So yes, Kenny, you are correct, sir. McClatchy is a sleeping giant football program. They're trying to get going this season. They get decent numbers. I think McClatchy wins that game. If they don't win that game, I will. I don't want to promise I'd go streaking across Kennedy's campus, but I might consider it.
If they don't win that game, I will do one segment of this show in a Kennedy hat. I don't have a Kennedy hat, but if somebody can get me one, if they lose, I'll wear one.
Well, let's up it a little bit, and Damien will back me. How about a Kennedy hat and a Kennedy basketball jersey?
Oh, that's going pretty far. It is far.
Oh, I mean, if you're confident in your squad, it wouldn't even be a big deal.
McClatchy about to do work. Let's go.
So watch Kenny be on jury duty all next week. Unavailable.
No, you gotta get more, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys. We'll see you soon.
Okay. Thanks, Joe D. That's Joe Davidson right there, the Sacramento Bee. Great stuff from our guy, as always. We had gotten word, or at least I did. I don't think we had known about this prior that that Final Four committee is in town to scout the Golden One Center, and I'm sure Doko is a big part of that, and that would be just tremendous to have Final Four. Here
I'd be so hyped. I'd be so hyped for that. And
I think the first years, if you remember 2027, like I think they're scouting between 2027 and 2031. So again, it's not next year. It's a ways out, but
right.
There's I think a 4 or 5 year period that they're looking over.
Yeah, I would be awesome. That would be awesome. I love the way the women's game is trending in general at every level. I mean, I see high school games and AAU games of girls basketball, and these young ladies are balling out there. They're hooping, and it's just trending upward and upward. And if they had the Final Four next year in Sacramento, that'd be awesome. But just think about it 5-6 years from now, where the game's going to be at that point. And that is what excites me, man. So, visit Sacramento. Let's bring it home. Bring it home. If you need us to get into the final sales pit, we'll do it. We'll get here.
If you need me to send Kenny the closer out there, if you need me to get him to leave the show early, like that's what he does. He closes deals. He can head out there. Thankfully, I had him with me yesterday. We walked into a room of very influential people, and thankfully I had Kenny with me, man. I might have just curled up in the corner.
This guy.
It was just I was out of my league. Like, there were Louis Vuitton bags everywhere, man. I was like, yo.
The Louis Vuitton bags are popping, man. Oh, I want to get this out because I want people to show love. I just found out something the other day. Our guy, Kyle Drapers, he's going to be on the call for an HBCU Classic football game on Saturday on CNBC. Howard versus Morehouse.
Yep.
Kyle Draper on the play-by-play. Everybody check that out. Make those ratings go through the roof, man, for our guy Drapes going play-by-play, man, on football.
Yeah, these HBCU games have been fantastic this year. So, yeah, we'll check out our man, KD. Yeah. we'll be locked into that for sure. James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get back to the 49ers and the Seahawks. Of course, week 2 matchup this weekend. We'll talk to Michael-Shawn Dugar of The Athletic. He covers the Seattle Seahawks. We'll get his thoughts on obviously the emotional game on Monday, the outlook on the Seahawks and what he thinks this game coming up this weekend might look like. As we continue here, I had launched into something right before Joe D joined us about Kawhi Leonard and how I think
I thought you say you launched into WrestleMania 4 because you did.
We definitely did. We definitely did launch into WrestleMania 4. I can't remember why. Oh, your KCC. Your KCC is in shambles. Yeah, the KCC it's a legitimate boxing organization. Like, it's just a mess. It's run by Dana White. He's just stripping titles and handing.
Don't put him on that.
Before you know it,
don't do that.
KCC about to create a BMF title. Give it out to someone. All right, bro.
Never going Dana. I think never going Dana.
I think the KCC and the DLO and the JTF has more legitimacy than the BMF title does.
It just vanished, by the way. The BMF ain't even there no more.
Because I think Dana realized, The Rock can't make every pay-per-view that I hand one of these out. Well, if we don't have The Rock here to do it, this is useless. Let's just throw this thing in the garbage. Whoops.
Facts. Like the next 2 fights, he got smacked around.
He killed off the title. Got beat so bad he killed off the title. Like, you can say whatever you want to about Vince McMahon, and you'd probably be right. But when Shane McMahon wanted to buy the UFC, Vince McMahon was like, I can't do this. Well, why? Because I have no control over it. What if we invest all of this money into some guy to make a star and they go out there and get their ass kicked? What the hell do I do with that? What if I create Ronda Rousey and she gets kicked in the head and it all ends? What do I do? Like, no, I'm gonna stay with the stuff I can control. I don't even know who the biggest UFC star is
right now.
And I'm not talking about like Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz is always a star. Like, I'm talking about who's the biggest star in the UFC right now.
Right now, it's probably Conor.
Still? You don't even, does he fight?
Not really. He's trying to box. They all trying to box. They all trying to get
they can't make no money. They can't make no money in the UFC.
The biggest, and mind you, when he says that, we're not saying who's the best fighter in the UFC right now. That's not it. We're talking about the guy that puts butts in the seats, that gets pay-per-view buys. There's nobody bigger than Conor right now. Ramsey saying Adesanya. I love Adesanya. He's the truth. I love that dude, but he's not getting more pay-per-view buys than Conor.
That's a star?
He is a star, but he's not the biggest star. Usman, he's a star, but he's not the biggest star. He just got knocked out, by the way, a couple weeks ago. The biggest star is still Conor.
The days of Conor and Ronda, those are dead. I mean, I thought John Bones Jones was probably, if he wasn't that, he was really close. I think he violated everybody's trust and pocketbooks multiple times. So I don't know who would invest in a John Bones Jones fight ever again, but is it because those weren't debatable? Conor wasn't debatable. Whether you like her or not, Ronda wasn't debatable. Hell, I don't even know if John Bones Jones was debatable. The fact that we're throwing out 4 names, it could be this guy, it could be this guy, it could be this guy, I think speaks to the state of the UFC. Izzy
is the closest. I like Adesanya too. He's the truth. He's the closest, but and I don't. You guys know how I feel about Conor McGregor. I said it yesterday. No redeemable qualities. It's not like I like the guy, but if they had competing pay-per-views or they had pay-per-views in the same month, Conor would do a bigger pay-per-view buy than Izzy. Part of that has to do with the crowd that watches UFC.
Well, he can talk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Conor understands wrestling. Like, he can talk. Jason Mark does make a good point. Never ever go full Dana.
No, never going full Dana.
That's a good point.
I will shut my belts down before I go full Dana. Actually, that's what he would do. So
I was
no,
going to say that's exactly what going full Dana is.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'll add belts.
No,
All right, go
the
full Dana.
KCC European Championship
goes to Davion Mitchell.
Wow, an unnecessary shot at Davion Mitchell. You could have at least given Davion the KCC United States Championship.
The European belt's bigger than the United States.
No way, it is absolutely not. I don't even think the European belt exists anymore.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think the United States Championship exists.
The European Championship was a big deal. I don't know who's the U.S. champion right now.
Yeah, it was a big deal in like 1997. And then Shawn Michaels gave it to Triple H and it suddenly didn't matter anymore. And then one day Goldust wrestled dressed up as Triple H with like a long fake nose on against Owen Hart. And like that was for the European titles. Like this is what the championship is about.
Dr. David brings up a good point. Can he going to have the KCC Super Championship belt? That's how you do it.
That's fine. I'm going to have the DLO Universal Championship. Oh, the TV champion. That's a good reference right there. The KCC TV champion.
Gino gets the hardcore championship.
Oh, that's fine. The
hardcore one like that mankind had.
We'll crown our D'Lo and KC trios champions when we return here. We mentioned Davion Mitchell. We'll talk more about the Kings. Mentioned James Ham's going to join us. I do want to talk more NBA. I saw an interesting exec survey on Hoops Hype that we could touch on. And then we'll look at some of the marquee week 2 matchups in the NFL. Much more ahead as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. The TV championship.
That's hilarious.
I think Arn Anderson had that for like 7 years. And I think they just forgot. Lord Steven Regal, the television. That's true. True story. Mitch is the reigning 24/7 champion. Oh, did he? Oh, good. That's funny.
He said, "Who's this?" He called in talking about who's this.
Oh man. Oh man, Winky Dinky Dog. Yeah. Yep.
I do not approve.
Sami Zayn's really good though.
I like Sami Zayn by himself. I'm not feeling that.
I don't know. Maybe it's to lighten up the bloodline to lighten up the bloodline when Roman's not around. Though I guess he's there when Roman's around, so
maybe they're gonna use the new Uso to beat up Sami Zayn and knock him out.
Jordan Willis is on IR. Oh, J.K. Dobbins was a full participant in practice. Good for him.
Damon, do you have any belts? Like any of the championship belts?
Yeah, I have one that my mom got me like when I was 21. It was it's the one that Austin had right after they changed from the winged eagle, like the heritage belt that Hogan and Flair and all those people had, to that big round one right before.
Round one?
Yeah, that's the one I have.
My homeboy got one. He got the world heavyweight champion, the big gold one that was in WCW forever. He got one of those. I always wanted to get one. Everybody always wanted the $1 million belt. Yeah.
I'm always fascinated, one, by the people who wear them to the events, but like the people who have like 6 of them.
Right.
They're like $400 a pop.
Did you see, did we talk about this or was I listening to it? Remember when they had the Fiend belt and I was like, I'm maybe exaggerating, like $10,000. It was something ridiculous. Remember what did he do for the belt? He did something different. It was like customized for the Fiend. And that belt was a stupid amount of money. It was ridiculous amount of money. I think it was definitely 4 figures.
Wow. Yeah, I think I missed that one. I'm trying to. Oh, okay. I see it. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, that Brett Favre story, boy. That Brett Favre story.
How is that illegal? Like, you should be in jail.
Oh, 100%. He's just a massive piece of crap. That's all he is. Dude got all this money and don't want to spend it and would rather steal it from other people.
That's messed up, man. That is terrible.
Let's just hope he's not invited back to our beloved arena.
Oh, gosh.
Might as well bring that onto the show. We were just Jesse asked who gets the Scumbag of the Week award, Robert Sarver or Brett Favre? The Brett Favre story is pretty freaking gross.
It's nasty. It really is, like on a number of different levels.
That's a great point. Like, it's not just Brett Favre that's gross. The whole makeup of this system is gross. He worked with the Mississippi governor to obtain welfare funds to build a new volleyball center at the University of Southern Mississippi.
Wow.
Instead of using the money his sorry ass made during his career,
right,
he was trying to figure out how to shortchange people, how to steal. That's, correct me if I'm wrong, that's stealing from taxpayers?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
And so I guess because he paid the money back, oh, I didn't know. Here's however many thousands of dollars. It's all good, right? Like he's not going to get in a lick of trouble for this.
And it doesn't feel like he gave the money back because he knew he was doing something wrong, and he found out he was doing something wrong. It's like, hey, I didn't mean to do that. Here's the money back. It seemed like he gave it back because he was about to get exposed.
That's it. Last year, Favre paid back $600,000 to the state of Mississippi, an amount he had been paid for speeches he never gave. It sounds like he's involved in a variety of different dirt things. I just need a good answer to this question. Why would Brett Favre not be in jail for this?
I can't find a reason. I don't care if you paid the money back.
And to be fair to Brett, why the hell wouldn't the Mississippi governor be in jail too?
Facts.
Now, I think most of us know why these two won't go to jail, but I need a logical reason as to why they won't go to jail.
I know.
I'll wait. Yeah, no. If I waited, it would be silence for the next 4 hours.
Right. I ain't seen something this corrupt in Mississippi since they tried to shut down the Pink.
Okay, dude. That's it. Just raise your hand if you got that reference. Speaking of Mississippi, shout out to the homie Tony Harvey. I know he's listening. Tonio listens every day.
Shout
Man.
out Tony. Big ups.
We had a good talk about Jackson, Mississippi yesterday. Okay, maybe it wasn't a good talk, but it was a talk. Yeah, I'll tell you the least surprising thing that I found out this morning is that Brett Favre is a dirtbag. It's the absolute least surprising.
Yeah, we've been knowing that for a minute.
Unbelievable. But yeah, no, let's just keep having him on our shows and asking him about quarterbacks. That's what we'll do. We got football tomorrow. D'Lo and Casey, Pick'em League, get your picks in. Let's stay on top of this thing.
My
Week number 2. Just get those picks in. Who'd you pick for tomorrow? Chief Chargers. We learned today Keenan Allen's out tomorrow.
Yeah,
the Chargers, which is the story of the Chargers.
I better get them now. I'm telling you right now. If you got an opportunity to beat them, you better do it now, because when these people get back, first of all, you better get them now, because the Chargers are a second half team historically. So don't let them be like 3-1 after 4 games. But with that being said, I picked the Chiefs tomorrow. Pick the Chiefs. Can
you hold that thought? We got a moment right now. Mitch is on the line. Mitch found us. Mitch, we've been waiting weeks for you.
How you doing?
Oh.
What's going on? You only wake me up. You only wake up for the important calls. Change your numbers in there and move it to
No, Mitch, we've been saying this for weeks.
Really?
Mitch,
I figured Casey didn't want to. I figured Casey didn't want to talk to me because the Shines are in 3rd place and falling.
Mitch, I don't have no problem talking to you, because we know what you guys are about to do in October. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. It's a yearly tradition.
I don't know my way around LA too well, so I'm going to invite you down and show me around. Find me Wilshire Boulevard, right?
What you going to LA for?
Parade.
What you going to LA for? Ain't no parade going on down there. Y'all ain't seen a parade in decades. Ain't nothing going to change.
How about MVP? Shohei Ohtani is having a heck of a year.
Yeah.
And with the National League, if Mookie Betts pulls it out, if Goldschmidt gets the triple crown, you got to give it to him. But if not, you got Trey Turner, Mookie, and Freeman. And if Mookie wins it, he'll be the first since Frank Howard to have an MVP in both leagues.
It's good knowledge.
Hey, we missed you, Mitch. We're happy you're back, buddy.
I'm glad I'm back, too. Thanks for taking my call.
No problem, Mitch.
I can't imagine Mitch in LA. I don't know why. Just the thought of Mitch being in Los Angeles doesn't compute for me. I can't figure that one out.
Mitch on Venice Beach, Santa Monica Pier, doing
rollerblading, just rollerblading down Venice Beach. He's on the Santa Monica Ferris wheel. Getting his star, getting his thumbs up by his favorite celebrity star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Mitch gotta. We talk about Trista coming out. We gotta have Mitch come out to Sacramento, man. Mitch gotta come out, man. Come on out, Mitch.
Laker game is the time to be here, Mitch. Mitch and Trista.
This is the only caller on the timestamps for YouTube where I'll put Mitch is calling in. I'll let you know when Mitch is calling in.
That's fantastic.
That's the GOAT right there.
That's Mitch got his own timestamps. That's what's up. I interrupted you. I did. We had to get to Mitch. I didn't want to lose him there, but I think we were talking about the Chargers, getting the Chargers early.
Oh, you asked me the picks. You said get your picks in. That's what.
Yeah.
All I said was, ironically, when I did my picks for this week, I only got 2 road teams winning.
Okay. Yeah.
The Colts at Jacksonville and Bengals at Cowboys.
Well, if we get another motivational speech like we did from Trevor Lawrence, it's gonna be a long year there in Florida.
What do you say?
Let's play with some swag. Let's play with some swag. Yeah, that's a lot more important than playing disciplined. Okay, I'm gonna say it. Can you imagine if Lamar Jackson had grabbed that group and said, "Yo, let's go out and play with some swag"? All the type of heat that he would get. Dude didn't say, hey, let's go out there, let's play discipline, let's play our game, let's do our thing. No, let's go out there and play with some swag. In the most dry ass, monotone.
The guy say, I'm ready to walk through an open door after here.
I honestly think my favorite was I think my favorite quote tweet was, and again, shame on Jacksonville for putting that out there. I think my favorite quote tweet was Trevor Lawrence speaks in all lowercase letters.
Oh man, poor.
Why?
I don't know who to blame. The Trevor Lawrence or the Jacksonville Jaguars?
I blame I blame the Jacksonville Jaguar because he could have done that. We would have never known.
Right.
And if you're the media team, or you get someone to pull them aside, like, hey, spice it up a little bit, like, because we've got to do something with you. We've got to let the world know that you're here. Hey guys, let's go play with some swag, huh? That ain't gonna be it. That is not it.
That's not gonna get it done, man.
Let's go play with some swag. Why the hell? Okay, well, first of all, you're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Why are there 2 Monday night football games this week?
I'm not sure, man.
There's
I'm
2,
really not. I'm not sure.
But they're like 75 minutes apart. It's not like a double header. It's like there's 2 games on at the same time, basically.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they did that. They're both East Coast. Well, I think one is like Central time zone, but they're both basically East Coast games. So you got to start them at that time, around the same time.
No, it's Buffalo and Philly. That's where that's where they are.
I thought they were at Tennessee, but I could be wrong.
No, unless I'm reading this wrong, I think it's Tennessee at Buffalo.
Okay, yeah, that's even makes less sense.
Yeah, I don't understand this. Maybe, I mean, obviously with Bills Mafia, they don't care. Like, you could have put the game at 5 a.m. and they would have made it work. Like, it'd have been lit there. But I was like, let's. What do we have any good games outside of Thursday this week? And I get to Monday. I was like, oh, Minnesota, Philly, that could wind up to be something. What the hell is this 4:15 game on Monday?
Now, I am a proponent of 2 Monday night games.
I am absolutely not.
But we do not
need 2 Monday night football games.
You got to have them starting at separate times.
Why do we need that?
They're doing it 2 more times after this week. They're doing it week 8, which is weird because they're branding one as Monday Night Football, but it's just the Jaguars London game. And then week 18, they're saying they're gonna have some playoff hopefuls there. So yeah.
So I assume one's on ABC and one's on ESPN.
The Jaguars one is just gonna be ESPN Plus. But
oh my God,
I don't know what the article says, but yeah.
Come on, guys, let's play with some swag. We're on ESPN Plus.
Damn.
That's better than the time. That's better than the time we were live on the Yahoo homepage.
Oh,
wow,
that is grimy.
If the running bit is how can the NFL crap on the Jacksonville Jaguars each year, it's very funny.
Yo, we talk about being Kings fans and the disrespect and all this stuff with the NBA. Imagine a Jacksonville fan. Like, yeah, you
are there Jaguars fans? Is there someone who goes, man, I am a fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars?
They have to be in Jacksonville. Although, ironically enough, and maybe it was just a trip. Maybe they planned for a trip. But if you watch that Commanders game, they had the teal in there behind the bench. I'm convinced if there's fans of Jacksonville, there's fans of anybody. Who do you think has the least?
I'm dying that game's on ESPN Plus. That is absolutely hilarious.
Who has the least amount of fans in the NFL outside of Jacksonville? We'll take Jacksonville.
Oh, I was going to say it has to be Jacksonville.
The Texans?
I don't think so, bro. That's Texas.
Yeah, but they're.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
But what I say to that though is, Yeah, it's Texas, but they just came around like 20 years ago. The majority of Texas is Cowboys.
Are we sure it's not the Chargers?
That's probably the answer.
Although, to be honest with you, if you saw, I mean, obviously the Raiders fans were up in there, but Chargers fans were representing on Sunday. But Chargers might be.
I think it's the Chargers. Is it the Cardinals?
It might be
the Cardinals be up there too. Like I feel like that's
Cardinals are absolutely up there.
I feel like that's another one where it's just like they ain't interested in you.
I think it might be.
They're in Arizona for the tax breaks. They're not in Arizona for anything else.
I've met Charger fans. I've never met a Cardinal fan.
You've met Chargers fans. You've never met a Cardinal fan.
I think it might.
Yeah.
Low key might be the Cardinals. Hell, we got a Charger fan that's in the chat. Young Sav is a Chargers fan. We ain't got no Cardinals fans in the chat.
Isn't Ramsey's 7th favorite team the Cardinals? He been, I've
been a Cardinals.
I've been a Cardinals fan. Y'all know that. I've been saying that from day one. After the Falcons and the 47 other teams, like, it's Cardinals. Yeah, it might be the Cardinals. I feel like the Texans have fans. They're bad, but I feel like the Texans have fans. And I don't think there is another team in the league. I'm just glancing at them. All these, like that. I saw a dude on my walk in like an authentic Dan Marino jersey with the matching hat.
Yeah, there's Dolphins fans out there. There's Dolphins fans out there for sure. I remember I was listening to something. I forgot it was a while back, but they just talked about how like the NFC have the more tradition-rich franchises. So like I think the conversation was more of like TV ratings, big games, passionate fan bases. The NFC has more of that than the AFC. I mean, if you just go down the NFC, it is pretty crazy. The whole NFC East.
So, okay. So immediately
Lions, Packers, like that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but I mean,
first of all, compare that to the AFC South.
Okay,
there's nothing going on there.
But what about the AFC North? Cleveland. I mean, Cleveland's a top fan base, whether regardless of the team. Pittsburgh is elite.
Ravens are deep, but the Ravens, when you talk about history, and
they're not. No. Fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I would put the Browns and the Steelers very high on the list, though.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess I get that. I guess I get that thinking, because if you just rank best regardless of conference, and I'm no order, but is it Cowboys, 49ers, Steelers, Packers? Again, you can rank those however you want to, but wouldn't those be the top 4?
Steelers, Packers, yeah. I feel like I'm missing one. I think the Raiders will be.
The Raiders are up there. They might even be 5th. Right. Like they're absolutely up there.
A lot of people. I think a lot of people feel the Broncos are in there.
I wouldn't put the Broncos above them. If those are the top 4, the Broncos are absolutely
What's
not.
The 4 you said? You said Cowboys,
the Cowboys, the 49ers, the Steelers, and
you said Packers. I think the Bears.
Packers, the Packers.
The Bears might be in there too. But I think this is so the conversation was like if you all of NFL is a free agent right now as far as like TV rights, and you're Fox and you have first pick, and they go by conferences. Would you rather have the NFC or the AFC?
The NFC.
The NFC for sure.
Yeah, I'd rather. I mean, if I'm a network, I'd rather have the Cowboys. So if I'm a network, I'd rather have the Cowboys than the Steelers. And then I'd rather have the Packers than honestly think it's the Raiders. I'd rather have the
Yeah,
Packers than the Raiders.
I think it's Niners, or excuse me, not Niners. It's Cowboys, Packers, and I kind of feel like you just want the NFC East. I know people get tired of like, oh, why do we always talk about the NFC East like nationally? But that's a monster of a division. Like those are huge. The Eagles.
It's because it's huge markets. It's huge markets. But does a Eagles game do does a Eagles game nationally on NBC do a bigger number than the Raiders?
I think so. And for instance, like Monday, the Eagles game is going to do bigger than the Bills game. And the Bills have a crazy fan base. Like the fan base.
I agree. It's almost that damn Buffalo. So it's not on I-95, so it doesn't get the benefits of what Washington and New York and Philadelphia and all of those squads get.
Yeah.
Cardinals are in Las Vegas this weekend.
Yeah.
That's a
must win for the Raiders.
Everyone? It's a must win for everyone. Like the Cardinals this. If the Raiders curb stomp the Cardinals, every assessment we had leading into this season, I'm like, you're not going to be able to convince me it's not true 2 weeks into the season.
Man, I think
they better figure out their Kyler exit plan quick. And it's not because of Kyler Murray. It's because clearly there is some dissension between Kyler Murray and Arizona Cardinals, which was our concern from jump.
There's some concern there, but one of my hot takes.
Yeah. Yep.
Kingsbury.
Cliff.
He might be up out of there relatively soon.
I can't imagine him getting during the season. You think he get fired during the season?
He might start like 1-6. Now, if I was like running the Cardinals, I wouldn't fire Cliff Kingsbury at all this year. Like I wouldn't. But it's gonna be rough. And I think the Raiders are gonna beat the Cardinals relatively easily.
Raiders beat the Cardinals easily. Okay. The Cardinals got to do something, man. They better not get beat up. Not like they did against Kansas City. They better not get beat up. Because that noise, your hot take suddenly, your hot take suddenly becomes conversation.
Cardinal, I know they went against the Chiefs, and the Chiefs do this to everybody, but the Cardinals defense look a little funny in the light. I had that thought before the season, and they get beat down the way they did. Once again, I know it's the Chiefs, but you're going up against a Raiders team that has just as much offensive firepower as the Chiefs. Like, you're not going to get no breaks. I think they play the Rams after that.
I'm going to need a solid 0 interception game from Derek Carr. That's what I'm going to need.
Yeah,
he could throw the ball to Devontae Adams 15 times if he wants to. I just need to see a solid 0.
I was talking to our girl Sarah Hodges yesterday, and we were talking about the Raiders. It was no steak. First of all, she doesn't eat meat.
Oh, that's true. She doesn't. That's right. She eats fish. That's right.
But she's like, "You're always defending Derek Carr." So I was like, no, I think Derek Carr is good. She's like,
yeah, Derek Carr really.
And she's a Raiders fan, so
oh yeah,
like,
oh yeah.
She's like, you're always defending him. I think Derek Carr is good, man.
So do I. I think with and there probably is no greater example of like a Raider fan frustration than Sunday's game.
Mm-hmm.
He has the ability to throw for 300 yards or whatever it was. He has the ability to hit Devontae Adams in difficult windows. He has the ability to lock in on a receiver. He has the ability to create plays. And he also has the ability to throw it to the opposing team on a very, very regular basis. That game epitomizes Raider fans' frustrations with Derek Carr, but it shows you people like us who like Derek Carr and believe, like, I think that's what he could be regularly. Mm-hmm. And then the people who aren't so high on Derek Carr, yeah, he's that regularly. Another sneaky, it's not even a sneaky good game. It might be the best game of the weekend. Not because I'm not going to count Thursday. That Dolphins Ravens game.
Oh yeah,
that could be legit.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure.
Ain't no way. Yeah, it's just turned into CBS 13 right here. Shout out Sarah and Ben. We got you. The only time we mess up the for show ain't no way is when we're live on on television and we botch the whole bit after they. Okay, guys, you remember how to do this? Yeah, we got it. And then we just get into yes and no.
We gotta talk to Sarah, man. We gotta talk to her.
Well, we know she's in town. She ain't jet setting anywhere, so let's get her on.
I mean, she can leave at the drop of a dime. You know how that goes.
Got to get out for someone's birthday
Sarah
party.
And Miss P, like they just make moves whenever. Sarah, Miss P, and Morgan Reagan, they just be everywhere.
Yeah, I thought Morgan moved. Morgan be posting and like her Instagram profile feed is like prime real estate. Like she doesn't post like a wasted picture on there. Like, oh, I'm in Portland and it's like these coordinate and like she never goes to a boring party either. Like it's
not at all.
Yo, we had she just had this. It was like a Britney Spears party or something. Like Morgan had me like double taking on her pick. Like, what is this? Yeah, those Morgans, those Miss P's, those Sarah Hodges. We just here hosting our little radio show at our chatty house, man.
That's all we're doing. We're just trying to get here, you know. Just trying to get here.
Morgan lived that life though.
I'm saying. Dolphins Ravens is major though. That's a big one right there.
I think that's the biggest game of the weekend.
It's gonna be the Ravens home opener too, so they're gonna be charged up.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. We'll come back. We're gonna talk. We'll shift. Oh, okay. I'll mention this after the break. We're gonna get back to the 49ers. I want to bring back something Eric Crocker said. It came up on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast, and it's like, I kind of heard Crocky say it. I was like, that's cool. I was like, wait a minute, is this what's going to happen on Sunday? And then we're going to talk to Michael-Shawn Dugar of The Athletic. He covers the Seattle Seahawks. So we'll talk more 49ers and Seahawks. And then we're going to talk a lot more Kings when James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. That's all coming up here on D'Lo and Casey on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, I'll see what it is, man. I mean, you know,
oh man, everybody gonna be here. Can you imagine if Miss P and Trista are both here for the Laker game?
I think that might be the move. That might be the plan. I remember when Trista was saying that, she was talking about like that's when she might be out here. Yeah.
Miss P, pick up Trista on your charter and y'all just come out here.
I mean, Aldrin said it. You know, y'all see private jets in the sky in January. It's probably Miss P. Stephen Brown, yeah, sack from Dubai. Rams, 13th round today. Nothing yet to talk about. Do they have a fight this weekend? They got somebody's fighting this weekend. I know that for a fact. Oh, yeah, that's. I know. I really forgot for a second. I swear I forgot for a second. I swear. Oh man, I swear I forgot for a second. Yeah, Canelo. Here's a fight. So because Fridays are usually hectic, I'll give my fight preview tomorrow. Wait, hold on. Chill. I don't have no charter. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have no charter, man. I'll be on the light rail. I really do. I'll be on the light rail trying to get from station to station, literally. And I said, well, yeah, I mean, let's not even get into Jesse. Jeez. No, I don't lie. See it with my own two eyes. Aldrin, I don't have no helicopter. I've never been in a helicopter, and I don't know if I want to get in a helicopter. Yeah, I don't know if I want to get in a helicopter, man. What? Absolutely not. Filthy McNasty. Talked about it yesterday. And it's not done. You know, they're talking about the networks got to work some things out. And that's when you talk about DAZN, you talk about Sky Sports, you talk about ESPN, that's always an issue. So they've agreed to terms, but now the networks have to work some things out. You never know how that's going to go. So if they do fight, that's fine. I think Tyson Fury beats Anthony Joshua, but I'll definitely be rooting for AJ. That's for sure. I don't think it will either. Yeah. And I don't trust Eddie Hearn. Like, I don't know how that's supposed to work out. Like, I don't think they're going to just let AJ fight on ESPN. And I don't think ESPN is going to let Tyson Fury fight on DAZN. It's about done. It's about done for DAZN. And it sucks because it's a great concept. It's a great idea. I love it. It just got the wrong guy, the wrong promotional company running it. No. Mm-mm. I don't know what you're talking about, Miss P. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just, like I said, I've been on the light rail trying to get from station to station. That's it. Nah, bro. Damien, can you hear us?
Yeah.
You been on a helicopter before?
No.
You plan on getting on a helicopter? Like if you have the opportunity?
No.
No, I'm not interested. No, I want to do it. Just like a hot air balloon. I don't want to get in that either. That is nuts.
Yeah. Nah, it ain't for me. Ain't for me. I got to come back. I go grab my Press Juice. Shout out to Press Juice. If you'd like to sponsor our show, you really get free advertising every day on our stream. You should pay for some of this. I come back to a conversation about getting in a helicopter. Like, you get in a helicopter.
Nah, I ain't doing that.
I have a friend that you know that got into a helicopter for fun.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, I think they paid to do it. Like, yo, where were they? Hawaii, maybe? Let's get in a helicopter.
Oh man.
Ain't me.
Look, it's much like a motorcycle, right?
Ain't me either.
It seems like that is fun, right? Like I get the enjoyment of it. Like they have the helicopter rides over New York or Vegas or something like that, even in Hawaii. Seems like it would be cool, like to see all that. That's just not my bag.
No,
I'm sorry. I wouldn't have fun. I understand how it can be fun on a helicopter, on a motorcycle. It's not fun for me.
I can understand why it might be fun for you, but I'm going to explain to you why it will not be fun for me. Yeah.
Did I tell you? Did you hear about the story about the motorcycle we have and how I had to learn how to ride it to get it to the new house?
I did not. I know that there is a motorcycle in your house, or in your garage. Yes, I did know that. I didn't know that you had to ride it.
Yeah, I had to learn how to ride it because it had to be. So first of all, somebody bought a motorcycle that they were too short to drive. So I had to be the one to drive it. I don't want to drive this thing, but I had to be taught and learn how to drive the motorcycle. And then we moved. So luckily the motorcycle, the new place wasn't far from the old place. It was like in the same neighborhood, but somebody had to drive the motorcycle over there. And it was me at 10 o'clock at night. And I didn't stop at any stop signs. And I never get out of first gear.
So I need just a little bit of explanation. We'll move on. How do you buy a motorcycle that you're too short to drive? I need it. I need a little bit more there.
I guess you just underestimated, how tall the bike was.
Did she buy it off of eBay? Like, how did?
No.
Okay.
So it's like,
I probably
man.
just would have got a divorce. I'd have been like, sorry.
She's
Look,
like,
it's either me or the
man.
bike because I'm not riding this thing down there.
She goes, oh man, it's too tall for me. Well, Kenny, you're gonna have to drive it. What? I didn't even sign up for this thing.
You think I wanted this?
It just happened.
Oh, that's a crazy story. That is a wild story.
So yeah,
Man.
I've ridden
Keeping up with the caraways.
across Harbor Point one time in my life.
Yeah.
But I do know how to ride one. But like I said, I don't go out of first gear.
It's like
So I never-
Diddy at the beginning of I'll Be Missing You.
Right. But I'll be like, so the funny thing is like, I'm on it, right? And I'm going like 17 miles per hour. And it feels like I'm moving, right? It feels like I'm on the bike and I'm feeling wind. I'm like, whoa, I'm pressing it up there, right? Feels like I'm moving. And then like I had somebody record me as I was coming down the little alley we used to live by to like see what it looked like. Where I was going so slow. I was going so slow.
That is so slow. You almost tipped over. Wow.
I was like,
Kenny-
before you post that, can you put it on 2 times speed real quick when you post that? Make it look like I'm going faster.
Kenny about to join one of them biker gangs.
You ain't catching me on no motorcycle. That is not my bag.
We're going to talk with Michael-Shawn Dugar coming up here in just a couple of minutes. He covers the Seattle Seahawks, of course, 49ers and Seahawks coming up this week. Before we get to that, Drew Pearson had an interesting suggestion for a Dak Prescott replacement. I hadn't thought about this. Drew Pearson, big personality, Cowboys legend, always good for a soundbite.
Wasn't he the one talking crazy about the Eagles fans at the draft?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
Cam Newton.
That is a good suggestion.
I mean, it's better than Cooper Rush. I don't know what Cam's doing right now. Like, is Cam... I don't know what he's doing.
I don't either. I don't know.
I know he didn't retire.
But see, and I hesitate to say these things. You know I do.
Who needs the man when you got...
Cam is finished, man. We've seen enough over the last finished? 2 times he tried to play.
Yeah. Is Cam... That sucks, too. What is Cam, like 31?
Yeah.
Like, how is Cam done?
That I think personally, it's the arm, the shoulder. Like that
never recovered. He came back too quick.
Maybe.
I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
Because he came back, but then it went to hell.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's never been the same. He's never been the same since that Steelers game.
Mm-hmm.
That Thursday night Steelers game, he was having an MVP season, and then everything ended.
Yeah, and he can't throw the ball anymore.
And that was the same. I don't remember if it was the same exact time or roughly the same time that Derek Carr, Andrew Luck. Then Andrew Luck had his shoulder thing.
Yeah,
it was like, why isn't it like? He had the weird like, is Andrew Luck not coming back? And then he's out. Oh, okay. Andrew Luck's finally coming back. And it's like, no, Andrew Luck is done. It was essentially like the same injury. And then Cam comes back. It doesn't work. And he's, again, never been the same since. Man, I can't believe Cam Newton's career is over or likely over.
And look, let me bring it around full circle just a little bit. Who just had shoulder surgery? And they're like, yeah. Put him in because you need to save the season. I
believe that is Jimothy Garoppolo.
Yeah, we're just talking.
I love that we can. I do
done, and yeah, bring him back.
I do love that we conveniently forget that part that he had shoulder surgery. He's practiced like once, but no, put him in against the Chicago Bears. Yeah. If things go bad against the Seahawks, put him in.
No, look, yeah. Things go bad against the Seahawks. let him play on the road against the Broncos on Sunday Night Football. That'll change everything. And then play the Rams on Monday Night Football.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Come on. But yeah, that is a good suggestion. Like if I was the Cowboys front office, Stephen Jones and all that, I mean, you got to think about it. Maybe you bring him in for a workout.
Well, I mean, again, it's got to be better than Cooper Rush, doesn't it?
I don't know because I don't know
Cooper Rush.
Well, that's true.
Like you cut him.
That's true.
He did not make a 53-man roster. You cut him. He's obviously not that good.
Yeah.
And if the idea is keep your head above water, I don't know that Cam can do it. You said Cam might be finished. He might be, but he might be able to give you something for 6 of the 8 weeks that Dak is out, if that's how long he's out. I don't know. Hey, I thought it was an interesting suggestion. One, because it reminded me, damn, Cam Newton's not in the freaking league. Two, I guess it could work. You don't really have to change anything up. I don't know how mobile Cam Newton is anymore. I mean, based on what we saw last year, he got around just fine last year.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what we saw. I think the Panthers didn't win a game with him. Not to say it was all his fault, but I think they didn't win a game with Cam Newton. I think that's the case. I got to look that up. And like I said, it's just a interesting tidbit. Like I don't think they were that good anyway, but I don't think they won with Cam Newton last year.
Some people in the chatty house brought up Cap. I had to look something. Cap is just barely a year older than Cam Newton. Cam's 33, Cap's 34.
If you could like pinpoint one place in the NFL that you could guarantee would never sign Colin Kaepernick.
Texas, Dallas, Texas, Arlington, Texas, Jerry Jones, whatever. Like, yeah, no.
Likely place.
I think I can comfortably state 32 places that will never sign Colin Kaepernick. But if we were doing a power rankings of teams that would rather have me or you at the quarterback position, Dallas would be at the top of that list.
Yeah. I don't know. I think this is about to be all bad for the Cowboys this year. All bad.
So at what point do I want to get to the 49ers, and we'll get to the 49ers and the Seahawks in a second. So I'm not suggesting this. I'm asking you because I'm a broadcast journalist and that's what I do.
Okay.
At what point do we start asking some questions about Dakota?
Where have you been?
I've been ignoring your questions about Dakota.
Come join the party.
No. No. I'm RSVPing no to that one. I'm not ready to do that, but I'm not dumb either. I recognize what we're seeing. Like
he is in an awkward situation because I don't think he's like bad. Like
not at all.
I think he's a solid quarterback, but I've said it plenty of times before. I don't think he's the guy to like lead you to playoff success and hopefully a Super Bowl.
He was 11-5, and I think that's what I really think that's what the problem is. He was 11-5 last year. He was really good, or the Cowboys were 11-5 last year. He was really good, but man, they were so. I say this to you all the time. That Cowboys team was scared to death of the 49ers, which I don't understand. They walked into that game. Maybe they needed Trevor Lawrence to stand up there and say, "Hey guys, let's play with some swag," because they had nothing.
Yeah,
and it's hard not to like. I mean, you got to look at the leaders at that point, right?
Right. Yeah.
Start with Dak. Like, what's the deal here?
Yeah, I just don't. I don't know if he's the guy.
Again, I'm RSVPing no to that party. But I see what's happening here.
Not to mention he's always hurt.
That's what I'm seeing happening. That's what I'm seeing happening very regularly. Let's bring in Michael-Shawn Dugar, The Athletic. He covers the Seattle Seahawks. Of course, it's Seahawks week. It's the 49ers and the Seahawks coming up this weekend. Michael, we appreciate you for joining us. Man, is Seattle still riding high off that emotional win on Monday night?
To answer your question, no. But real quick, last name is pronounced Dugar. Just want to throw that out there before we get started.
My mistake. That's much more. I knew it had to be something a little bit more exotic than Duggar.
Yeah.
Dugar sounds much better.
First. But to answer your question, no, they moved on. And that's life in the NFL. Really, and mostly in football in general, man. If you dwell too much in the past, somebody in the present is gonna knock you into the past again. And that's kind of how violent this sport is. So they were very happy on Monday. They probably told each other when they say 1, 2, 3 break is go celebrate with your people, with your lady, with your family, whoever it is. When you get back to work Tuesday, or make sure you take care of your body Tuesday. By Wednesday, you're right back at it. Special teams meeting at 6 a.m. or whatever. So while Monday was fun, they know that the Niners don't care how fun Monday was. They still probably upset about playing in a monsoon on Sunday. So I think that they've kind of washed that away. And I think that's what's helpful about having veterans, in the building who can tell you, like, look, dog, that was great on Monday, but the Niners don't give a damn about that.
Michael, help me understand, because we've been trying to figure this out for much of yesterday and while watching the broadcast. What the hell was all that about in Seattle? Everybody hated Russell Wilson, whether it was the fans, whether it was ex-players, the media out there. I'm looking at it from here as a guy that used to routinely have Russell Wilson to stomp on the 49ers' hearts all the time and bring Seattle their only championship in franchise history. And it's like, man, I know he might have asked for a trade or whatever, but 100% of people out there just were ready for war against Russell Wilson on Monday. What was that all about?
Well, there's two parts to it. One of them is he plays for the other team, right? They could really care less about your resume if you're actively trying to make their team lose. Like, that's the fan side of it. And that's kind of when I just lean towards agreeing with, because it makes sense. Like, who cares how many touchdowns you threw here if you're actively trying to throw more against us right now? So that's the first part, at least from the fans. On the part of, like, former players, you saw Richard Sherman tweet a little bit after the game and during the game, and Doug Baldwin and a bunch of other veterans were there, Cliff Averill, KJ Wright, Marshawn Lynch. The reason that those guys have kind of come back and created what feels like a college environment, alumni returning to campus, is because of how you framed that question just now. It was that Russell Wilson stomped on the 49ers. It was that Russell Wilson brought this city a championship. Richard Sherman was right there eating a turkey leg on national TV during that Thanksgiving game where the Seahawks smoked the Niners too, It wasn't just that Russell was there eating a turkey leg with whoever the person was on TV, Like, it was not just Russ. It was not, just Russ that beat the 49ers. It wasn't Russ that scored 43 points in the Super Bowl, right? Like, he threw a couple touchdowns, but they quite literally scored in every phase of the game. They scored a safety, a kickoff return, and a pick six in the Super Bowl, right? It wasn't just that Russ threw for 5 touchdowns. So I think that, and I'm not saying you're wrong for framing it that way. I'm just saying that's a good example of why so many people are like, all right, cool, the Russ thing was fine, but, like, he wasn't the team. He was part of the team. He was not the team. And I think seeing Pete Carroll beat him was like vindication or validation for a lot of those guys who used to play here, on top of it being validation for perhaps the head coach as well.
How sustainable do you think that performance we saw? I think the Geno Smith story is tremendous, and they told it very, very well on television. But how sustainable is that type of performance that he had, where he was, the yardage was, relatively low, but he was super efficient?
I actually think it's fairly sustainable relative to how much pressure is in his face. That's most quarterbacks, right? You go look at their PFF grades, their next gen stats or whatever, and then most guys are pretty much fine when they're not pressured, and then most guys turn into scrubs when they get pressured, with those few of the greats notwithstanding, Patrick Mahomes, Russell Wilson, Justin Herbert, guys like that, Josh Allen as well. But when Geno isn't really pressured that much, he's a really efficient quarterback. Like, the last time he started a game for the Seahawks was Week 8 against Jacksonville last season, and I believe he started 14 for 14 in that game. In the preseason, he should have started, I think, like 10 for 10 against the Steelers. He had 3 drops, and he should have started like 6 for 6 against Dallas. I want to say, in his final preseason games this year. Like, he puts the ball where it needs to be. And if there's a risky throw that he needs to make, he probably just won't make it. And his completion percentage will be pretty sound in that regard. So, I mean, I don't think Gino's going to start every game 13 of 13 like he just did on Monday. But if you just ask me, can he still be efficient? Yeah. Will he throw 80% completion every week? No. But I don't think he'll be a guy who's hovering in the high 50s this year. I think he's going to be more in the high 60s for the season.
Mm-hmm. On the other side of the ball, Michael, Jamal Adams goes down with the probably a season-ending injury. Off the top of my head, just looking at it from a ways away, that's the best defensive player on the team that Seattle had. I ask you, is that accurate, and how is that going to impact what they're trying to do on the defensive end?
No, I don't think that's accurate. I think Quandre Diggs is probably the best defensive player on the team. He honestly might be the best player on the team, irregardless of position. I think second place would be Jamal, and then Al Woods, their big old nose tackle there in the middle. Like, I think what Al does really goes unnoticed. And if any San Francisco fans want to go notice it, go watch the game last year up here in Seattle and go watch Al Woods just destroying the run while basically playing like strong side defensive end. Like, Al's a big dude. I do think that just in terms of losing Jamal, it's pretty impactful because he can just do a little bit of everything. He can play deep, as a deep safety. He can play basically linebacker. He can rush the passer, as he showed on the play he got hurt on. It was basically him taking down Russell Wilson. And that's when he basically blew out his quadricep tendon. Mm-hmm. So that's tough to replace, So I think how that's going to impact them is maybe some of their blitz packages that they usually practice. I don't know what day of the week, maybe Friday. Maybe they have to tweak those, because you don't have 33, out there. Jamal's a really good athlete too, and probably one of the better ones on the team. So replacing just his athleticism, just how much ball he's seen, being, I think this is like year 6 for him. Like, some of that stuff is going to be tough. But they do like Josh Jones, who they have, who was taking like 30-something picks after Jamal in the same draft. So he's also seen a lot of ball. Not the same athlete, but also pretty versatile. Can play deep half, as a safety, and can, play near the line of scrimmage. So it's a blow to their defense for sure. But they're not like totally dead without Jamal.
Michael, everyone in the football stratosphere has a take on Trey Lance. Have you had a chance to watch any of that game on Sunday against the Chicago Bears? Or are you already one of the many people who are convinced, they blew it with Trey Lance, it's time to put Jimmy Garoppolo back in?
Yeah, I watched the whole game on Sunday in real time too. It was really, really yucky. Every NFC North team should play in a dome, man. I don't know what Green Bay and Chicago are thinking, having like just open air stadiums. They are tripping. But I actually thought Trey Lance should have started last year from the jump. I really think that I'm of the opinion that if you invest a certain amount into a quarterback as a rookie, knowing how valuable a star quarterback can be on a rookie deal, I think you're obligated to play him if the guy in front of him is undoubtedly not your future, right? So they knew Jimmy G wasn't the future because they traded the house to basically find his replacement. So I just think there's so much value, and I'm sure Trey has talked about it, is when you are the QB1 in OTAs, when you're the QB1 that's on their mind when they're drafting other players, like linemen or receivers or tight ends or running backs. You're the QB1 in training camp. You're the QB1 in the preseason. You're the QB1 in all the meetings. You get all the starting reps. All that stuff matters, So to just throw a guy in week 4 against the Seahawks because Jimmy got hurt and expect him to just go ball, that's a totally different, thing. Same thing with Justin Fields last year, sitting behind Andy Dalton, Tua Tagovailoa sitting behind Fitzpatrick, hell, even Patrick Mahomes sitting behind Alex Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see a lot of value. And I mean, Deshaun Watson didn't even start week 1, right? In favor of like Tom Savage or something stupid like that.
Well, at least for half. Yeah.
Justin Herbert, Justin Herbert didn't start because of Tyrod freaking Taylor. So I just really don't think that there's any value in benching those guys when the guy ahead of them isn't the future. So I'm on the Trey Lance bandwagon for now. In fact, the otherwise, I think he can be the future there. I think he can do all the same stuff Jimmy G does and also let it rip downfield too.
Man, a sensible take on Trey Lance. You don't get those too often, man. I think Michael's one of us.
Yeah, Michael was in trouble with me for a second because he brought up that damn Thanksgiving night game, eating the turkey on the field. I was about to say, hold on, Michael, settle down. But no, you good now. You good.
He's about to call you Duggar after that. After you bring him up to circulate, he's about to start calling you Duggar after that. Bring up those bad memories, man. Kenny don't forget nothing. Great stuff, Michael. We hope to talk to you again when these two play later in the season, man. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. You guys have a good one.
Take care.
All right,
bro.
you too now, man. That's Michael-Shawn Dugar. He also hosts I mentioned The Athletic, obviously. He also hosts the Seahawks Man-to-Man podcast that you could check out right there. So for me, biggest takeaway, losing Jamal Adams sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Not the end of the world.
Nah, and to be honest with you, I'm glad that he talked about Quadre Diggs and some of the other guys they have. Jamal Adams is an interesting character because I think he's a good football player and he's a playmaker, but he's not the most sound defensive player. Like he's a little. When you talk about like what they gave up to get Jamal Adams, a little overrated in that respect. So you don't ever want to lose a guy like that. But if you look at him as being, if Seattle looked at him as being the best or second best player on their defense, that's probably why their defense wasn't very good. You need other good defensive ball players around Jamal Adams to complement and also make up for the things that he lacks. So like losing him is an issue for sure, but I don't know. Maybe they play a little more sound without Jamal Adams out there on the defensive end.
Sure. Yeah. All right, we'll step out. We'll come back. We've got a couple of more days to talk Seahawks and 49ers, and of course we will. It's interesting that he noted, no, they moved on. It was fun. Everybody enjoyed it. They moved on. Now, of course, I'm sure that's what they're saying in the locker rooms. I'm sure that's what they said at practice, and I'm sure that's the message that you want out there. Move on. Let's keep it moving. I did think the 49ers don't care. They're worried about, getting on the, getting in the win column. So we've got to be able to move on. So if they're actually able to do that, he actually brought up a lot of stuff that I was really, I haven't really thought about the Pete Carroll dynamic of all of this. Pete Carroll feeling like he had something to prove on Monday night. It was so, it felt so anti-Russell Westbrook, anti-Russell Wilson that like, yo, Pete Carroll, that's Super Bowl winning coach right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll come back. I want to talk a little bit about the Robert Sarver stuff. We read a lot, had a lot of conversations yesterday about the Robert Sarver ruling. Adam Silver spoke today. Probably shouldn't have, but he did. We'll run some of that sound for you, and then we'll talk more Kings basketball. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Aspiring journalist Mac, I see you in here. Never get a guest name wrong. I meant to pull up his podcast before the show started and didn't. Yeah, you should never ever do that. That's a sign of not being prepared, and I was not prepared. Oh man. Oh, there was a wrestling story that popped up yesterday. I wanted to bring in here. Where is it? Or maybe there was. Oh, did y'all did you see did y'all see what NXT did at the end of the show? I didn't watch NXT. I haven't watched. Yeah, Jesse's been saying this for weeks. They're just undoing all of Vince McMahon's dumbness, and they just turned the NXT, and I mean, there's obviously some symbolism behind this. They turned the NXT back to golden. I mean, maybe golden black with like a little white in it. Like it's a different logo, but it's essentially back to golden black, which feels like each time the logo changes, it's like a shift in philosophy. I feel like that's I feel like there was another shift in philosophy when NXT can someone help me out with this? Is Shawn Michaels running NXT? It's just does the Click literally run professional wrestling right now? Like Sean runs NXT and Triple A. Now, and I'm not trying to suggest Sean isn't capable. I just like I think that's amazing. And Triple H is running the WWE. Yeah, it's interesting right there. It'll be interesting to see if like the programming changes in their philosophy of what did they do when Triple H was gone? No, what am I trying to say? No veterans, like no Samoa Joes, no Shinsuke Nakamura's, none of those guys in NXT. I'm interested to see if that's changed. So one thing you hear from a lot of wrestlers is that the WWE style of wrestling is very different, and that's where like NXT comes into play. I got to, because they know. Like I think they're aware. Like I think they're aware enough that when they change to that, multicolored rainbow logo or what, the multicolored logo. Like people, what is this? It is Brian. I missed it. My bad, Brian. My bad. I missed it. I took that as a legitimate question and not at the obvious dig it was. That's me, Brian. That's funny. And I missed it. Jesse literally just had to explain it to me.
Oh, Jesse, I can't hear, buddy.
My bad, man. No, I can't hear Kenny. Oh, yeah, I missed it. Too. Shameful. But I would say that logo is a shift in the landscape.
Get the F out?
No, but Brian told a great joke that I just completely missed. NXT changed their logo yesterday.
Oh,
and
really?
He asked if the logo shift the landscape. And I answered his question. And Jesse's like, I don't think that's what he meant. Like, oh, I get it now. Oh, everyone's totally in on it. Hey, I'll say this: we because it's off the record. We're not on the air. Kenny and I hung out with a lot of media people last night.
Yeah,
virtually all of them.
Yeah, man.
You know who we didn't hang out with? James Ham joins us in a couple of minutes. What are you eating? I always wonder, what is this bar that you eat at this time? Is it like a protein bar or something? Of course not.
It's like it's a granola yogurt bar.
Oh, okay.
It's good, really good.
God, R. Kelly's been found guilty of more crimes. How many? Goodness gracious. R. Kelly found guilty on. Oh man, that dude.
R. Kelly said, "I'm fighting for my life out here."
Man, stay down, Robert. Stay down. Like it is over.
Yeah, man.
Stay down.
It's done. It's done. We know if like when people say like no streams, don't support him and stuff like that. I don't even know if he gets that anymore. Like I feel like that goes to like the label.
Yeah, I mean, but it probably depends on the deal, but like performer, producer, songwriter, yeah, you get credits for all that stuff. Yeah, like you get credit, you get paid for all of that stuff.
But I could be wrong, but I felt like I heard like I just remember hearing I don't think he gets a lot of that, whether he had to sell it off or like sell his estate over or
oh sure, that makes sense,
something like that. So
but does that make it okay? Like if I told you Jive, I know he was on Jive at one point. Jive Records gets all of the money every time you stream Honey Love and Bump and Grind. It's in your rotation?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Is it still in your rotation?
No, it's not in my rotation.
I told you.
Not in the rotation. Like being in the rotation means like you play it on
how many R. Kelly songs have you listened to in the car? Okay, don't even answer that. Don't even answer that. James Ham joins
he's
us.
not in the rotation at all, man.
You didn't answer my question. See, no, you're slick. You're just like House Party. Hey, Uncle D, can I have some friends over? Yeah. Okay, I'm just not going to tell them they're going to be over the whole week. Yeah, no. Yeah, you slick. You slick. This.
Hey, it's not in the rotation, man.
KC, that dude who say he canceled something but didn't.
now, I never said I canceled R. Kelly. I didn't feel comfortable playing him.
When people are around.
For sure, when people are around. I'm not, hey guys, let's get ready to go. No.
Come on, guys, let's play with some swag. Listen to the Bump and Grind remix.
Man,
KC
was gonna say about
KC
that.
was stepping in the name of love at breakfast. It's cold world. Cold world,
fire, bro. Song was fire. Damn. Why did it have to be him? Like, why did he have to write it? Well, I wish somebody else would have wrote it. Oh, that reminds me, by the way. Quick RIP to Jesse Powell, who
man, I love that
great
song.
Singer,
man.
And the artist on one of the great R&B songs ever made. I have no problem saying that. You
yeah,
is one of the greatest R&B songs ever made. It's one of the great wedding songs in history as well. Phenomenal song. 51 years old.
It's one of the most vicious high notes in music history.
There's not a lot of people that can hit that.
It has vicious.
Man.
Yeah, that was a weird thing. Yeah, 51 years old. It's too bad. Yeah, great. Jesse Powell, just phenomenal voice.
I saw something else. I didn't know this, that his sisters, I think the name were Trina and Tamia, were the young ladies that sang on the song, you know, boy, you never find another love as good as this. That was his sisters.
That's my love is the
the bomb, baby.
What was the name of that group? Do you remember?
For the people? Does that sound
I think that's what it was. Yeah, something for the people. I think that's what it was.
Yeah, the ladies in there, those were his sisters.
That's almost as obscure as this little game we play.
Damn kids were like 11. You ain't playing no game.
Man. Aldrin J asked,
"10-year-old Kenny was singing it.
Can we still listen to the Jay-Z and R. Kelly combo album?" No. Nope. I mean, Kenny can. I mean, what you do is you listen to it and you just don't tell anybody. That's what you do.
Look, man, you can't rock that. Like I said, plus you talking about in front of people and all this. That is not the.
Jesse wants to know, how loud did you listen to that song?
I mean, moderate.
Was it in the car?
Yeah, were the windows down? We need to know where the windows down.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Think I'm a crazy person?
This is a weird segue. Is there anything else to talk about? Nope. All right. R. Kelly to Robert Sarver it is.
Jesus.
I mean, I guess that's actually a fitting transition to go from one disaster to another. Nothing, absolutely nothing good has come out of that ruling yesterday. We've talked to a number of people since our show ended yesterday about what happened and about the NBA's reaction to it. We mentioned that Adam Silver spoke today. There was one particular clip that got our attention here during the show. It's Howard Beck talking to Adam Silver. Take a quick listen to this.
I think everybody in this room would agree that if any of us had said or done even a small percentage of the things that Robert Sarver has been shown to have said and done, we would be fired. And I assume that anybody working at Olympic Tower, if they had done even a percentage of that, would be fired. And anybody who worked for any of your 30 teams would easily be fired. Why would there be a different standard? And understanding the complications of removing an owner, why should there be a different standard for the owner of an NBA team than there would be for everybody who works in this league?
Fair question. I don't say you alluded to it, Howard, that
is the worst start to an Adam Silver answer I've ever heard.
Someone who owns an NBA team as opposed to somebody who's an employee, the equivalent of a $10 million fine and a 1-year suspension, I don't know how to measure that against a job, but I have certain authority by virtue of this organization, and that's what I exercised. I don't have the right to take away his team. I don't want to rest on that neat legal point because, of course, there could be a process to take away someone's team in this league. It's very involved. And I ultimately made the decision that it didn't rise to that level. But to me, the consequences are severe here on Mr. Sarver. Reputationally, it's hard to even make those comparisons to somebody who commits an inappropriate act in the workplace in somewhat of an anonymous fashion versus.
So I'm going to stop Adam there because this clip goes on for another minute, and I do want to hear more of it. But there are some things that stand out there. He didn't.
Adam Silver just sounded like the mad producer.
Yeah.
No, be on all that new jack.
Yeah, that normally you hear Adam so much more. Like Adam, if I'm not mistaken, I think Adam's a lawyer. Like he's normally a lot more measured in his delivery, and he's prepared for questions like that. I think the NBA knows that this isn't going to be the most popular response, especially given the Donald Sterling situation. We tried to lay out yesterday why these are different. Taking the act away and looking at like the history. Donald Sterling had long been the desire to be moved. You brought up the other owners, the kind of avalanche of owners who were willing to. This is it. We have the ability to do it now. And then of course Adam just beginning his tenure as the commissioner, going, okay, this is how I make my mark. This is one thing I can do that my predecessor couldn't right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the Chatty House brought this up yesterday, and I think it's a really fair question. Some of us did. We read that report, and the report's pretty gross, but we read it. We didn't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see it. We read it. We interpret it in our own voice with our own images versus an image of Robert Sarver being placed in front of us acting out one of those scenes, an audio tape of Robert Sarver being played for us, acting out one of those scenes. How different is Donald Sterling versus Robert Sarver? How different? Let me take Donald Sterling out of the equation. How different would the Robert Sarver situation have been if there was a tape involved on TMZ.com somewhere?
Well, so this is what I was thinking about, and I feel like there's a little bit of a easy fix to it, but I also feel like there are a lot of different components, and I'm not trying to stall out Adam Silver at all, because what he did wasn't the right move, and his job, his part in this is an easy fix. So help me out if I'm got anything wrong, but this is how I see a lot of this stuff. And it has to be compared to Sterling because that's the biggest example that we have, maybe the only example we have. And sure. It's in the same arena as what Sarver did. The key with Adam Silver, what he could have done, and what I don't agree with, is the lifetime ban. There should have been a lifetime ban for Sarver in this particular case, not the 1-year ban. That's where he messed up. Now, when people talk about forcing him to sell the team, that's not how the Sterling thing went down. And that's and if you want to replicate the Sterling situation, there's a number of different components that have to go into that. He can't force him to sell. The owners would have to vote on it. And now it becomes an owner situation, like we talked about yesterday. That the votes are public or whatever the case may be, they're going to have to agree 2/3 to say, yes, force him out of the league. I'm not sure they're going to do that, because what would probably happen is Robert Sarver, you want to vote me out? If I find out it was you that voted against me, guess what I know? And guess what reporter I'll be telling? I think that's what Mark Cuban alluded to with Donald Sterling about slippery slope and all this other stuff. So if it got to that, I'm not sure the votes would come through. Now, to my understanding, what happened, and this is where a number of different players, no pun intended, come into play. What happened with Donald Sterling is after he got banned and after Shelley said she was going to sell the team or whatever, he went and sued the NBA for $1 billion. And what happened during all that, a lot of stuff came out. And the straw that broke the camel's back and kind of made everything go away and the sale go through was Shelley in the NBA were able to show where advertisers and sponsors were like, we don't want to be associated with this guy. And they started pulling their money. And the argument after that was, he's affecting our business. We can't run our business effectively because people do not want to be associated with him. And that's how I don't know if like there was a ruling from the judge. Well, there was a ruling on whether or not they would be sued or they had to pay him back. But that started everything as far as like Shelley being able to sell without any roadblocks. So that's where I say, like, a lot of people are saying, well, Adam Silver should have just forced him to sell. That there's more than that. And
well, I think people are forgetting. I think when you put that line out there, people are forgetting like Adam Silver actually has bosses.
Mm-hmm.
It starts with the other 29 owners. It doesn't start with Adam Silver. Adam Silver, the guy who has to give the press conference.
Yeah.
But it starts with the other 29 owners first. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app as we welcome in our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. James, you want to weigh in on some of this Robert Sarver stuff here?
Yeah, I mean, we knew this was coming, right? That eventually they were going to come out with the case against him. I'm slightly surprised that the punishment wasn't more extreme, because his actions over the last, what is it, like 2 decades, are outlandish. And you know, I know plenty of people who have worked for that organization, who have been around that organization, that know things about what have happened, and none of it's good. So, I mean, on occasion, you get a bad apple. But you got to keep in mind that some of these guys, well, all of these guys are big business guys, right? And they're going to protect what is theirs and how things are managed. So, again, if you're going to throw Robert Sarver out for that, you know, how many of these other guys have some skeletons in their closets that they don't really want out there either? Or that they don't want to be judged. And, you know, we do live in sort of the cancel culture age, where, you know, you could get canceled for something that maybe didn't seem like it was that big of a deal 10 years ago, but all of a sudden it does end up being a big deal now. And so I think these guys, when it comes down to it, they're going to protect what it is that they already own and they have. And sometimes that means that you're protecting a guy like Robert Sarver in order to protect yourself. And that's kind of the way it goes. I mean, that's the way it goes in business. And, you know, even like Mark Cuban, you guys mentioned him just a minute ago. He voted against like the forcing the Maloofs to, you know, move along, right? He voted against that, if I'm not mistaken. He's one of the only owners, because he wants to be able to do whatever he wants to be able to do. Like, he doesn't want to put some restrictions or have some precedent set that can come back on him later on. And so I think a lot of that is what you're seeing here. I am surprised the punishment wasn't stiffer, and it wasn't, you know, 2 to 3 years or more than $10 million, you know, because he has done damage. He's done damage to the reputation of the Suns, but also the NBA as a whole. And, you know, I think at some point, like, I know the NBA wants to send this money to charity, but how about restitution for people who were, that were, you know, whatever it is, you know, all the list of things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of things that he's done. Like, how about you pay out some of those people, because they didn't need to be put in those situations. And the league has created a culture where an owner can do and say what he wants and get away with it for as long as he wants. And there's not a whole lot you can do about it.
Ham, what do you think about some of the things that I talked about? You kind of alluded to it a little bit, but you have great knowledge about all this. As far as because I think what everybody wants is Sarver out, like the public, the media and the public, and a lot of people, I shouldn't say everybody, want him out. There's so many steps that would have to take place, and they compare it to Donald Sterling, and that was almost a perfect storm. And there were so many things that had to go on, and the timing was right. That's the way that was allowed to happen. I don't know. And the key thing about that was it was allowed to happen without having to go to a vote from the owners. Because the owners say all this stuff, like you just said, Ham, I'm not sure they would have voted Sterling out if it came down to that. So they were able to take care of that before they got to a vote from the owners. But I mean, is it correct to say like, hey, there are so many more steps as opposed to, hey, Adam Silver, just get him out the league?
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a ton of steps. I mean, that would take a full vote, and I think it's 66%. You need like 2/3 of the league on board to kick him out of the league. You're just not going to get it. Like, that's the problem. You're just not. They don't want to set precedents. They don't want to make it so you can remove owners and put owners in and take owners out, and whichever way the wind is blowing at that time. And they certainly, like, again, how many times have we heard, people want Vivek Ranadive out? Well, that's never going to happen. He has an ironclad contract. Like, he's what you're going to deal with until either he decides he no longer wants to deal with it, or he passes it to one of his children and you're dealing with them instead. There's only a few ways for it to happen, and none of it is at the league level. And that's because he hasn't done anything that would require you to kick him out. Just because, he hasn't won, sure, that's a mess, but that's not an infraction that would get you thrown out of the league. So you just kind of got to deal with it. And in the Sarver case, though, like, there's so many things, like the inappropriate behavior, just time and time and time again.
See, that's the thing that's really kind of like sticking with me is it's not like inappropriate behavior like at a club or just around people. Like, this is at the workplace.
Yes.
That to me is where the conversation should change a little bit. We're talking about within the workplace. And that's the part that I keep getting hung up on over, because every point that Kenny made about the process and everything that you're talking about the difficulty and all of this, it all makes perfect sense. But if and I understand that there aren't 30 pristine owners in the National Basketball Association, and I'm not even trying to rank like whether I think these people are good people or bad people. But as an owner of a company that I work for, I'm expected to have a certain level of respect and comfort when I come to work. Mm-hmm. And when that's eliminated, and it's eliminated by the owner, we've got a problem. And that's the part that I can't get past with Adam's remarks today. Yeah. Is you're creating an environment as the owner of this company that makes employees uncomfortable. That should be your job. And I know that's not how the commissioner of the NBA works, but that should be your job. It should be the job of the other 29 owners in the league.
You know what I would like to see is exactly what you're saying. In the next lawsuit against someone like Robert Sarver, go ahead and throw the NBA in there too. Mm. Go ahead and make them pay just alongside him. If they're going to allow for a hostile work environment, for a work environment where all of the things that Robert Sarver has been found to have done in their investigation, a league investigation, that puts the league on the hook. If you're saying you can't do anything about it, okay, well then you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. So you go ahead and pay up too. That's fine. And that, I mean, in all honesty, like that's what should happen. Like, if you can't protect the employees of your 30 franchises, what does that say about you? And you can't go around like there's going to be bad apples everywhere, right? I mean, here in Sacramento, we had a guy embezzle $13 million from the franchise. I'm sure that there has been, sexual misconduct against an employee here or there, but not against the owner. Like when it's the owner, like you need to be held to a higher standard. And if the league can't hold a guy to a standard and he puts employees, they are putting employees back in a hostile environment a year from now, or even a retaliatory environment, because some of these employees are still there. Mm-hmm. You thinking that Robert Sarver doesn't know who it was, a male employee that was doing a physical on him, and he just decided to drop trowel? You don't think Robert Sarver knows who that is? That's out for everyone to see now. He knows exactly who that is. So wherever that guy works, if it's still with the Suns, like what's going to happen to that guy next? Wow. So yeah, it makes a really, really bad situation overall. And I know like Adam Silver's hands are tied by this, but like maybe you should take it to a vote. Maybe you should have that conversation with your fellow owners.
Well, that's kind of what I was thinking as I think about like PR here at this point and saving face. And I know he works for the owners, but in an ideal world, maybe if I was Adam Silver, I'd ban him for life and I'd put it to a vote. And if this thing came back around, you'd be like, you can't say I didn't want him out of here. It's the coaches, okay? It's the owners who voted, and I don't have no control over that. That's the way our bylaws are set up. But I banned the guy for life, and I said we need to vote to try and get him out of here. They decided put it on the owners, put the onus on the owners. And if you want to somehow the votes get the public, people find out who voted for what, you can do that. Now, you could make the argument, and I understand the world that we live in. He could be writing his walkout papers by doing that. Because the next time they have an opportunity to get him out, the owners will remember that and they'll say, no, we don't need this. He's not here for us. We're going to get him out of there. But, I mean, is that an option just to make sure you stay on the right side of history here if you're Adam Silver?
I mean, a 10-year ban. How about a 10-year ban? And then, like, at that point, he might as well sell the team. I mean, if he's not allowed to be around it.
That's a great point. Like, we're forgetting, like, most of these guys, not all of them, but virtually all of them. This is sports teams are a measuring stick. You feel me? You get what I'm saying? It's not your business. It's not where your chief source of income is coming from. So if you take away his ability to sit courtside for the Phoenix Suns in the NBA Finals or the Western Conference Finals, or to walk around as the big honcho during games, and to be in these leagues meetings and all of this status that you have as the league owner for something like 10 years or 15 years, or as Kenny said, lifetime. Oh, no, do you own the team? Just we're never going to see your face again. Mm-hmm. No one's good. Those guys aren't going to want to own a team anymore. You're taking away everything they want out of owning a team. Yep. That was a great point. At that point, you might as well sell.
Yeah, I totally agree. But also, I mean, we're not that far removed from, again, like the Dallas Mavericks going through they had that entire internal investigation about all the things that were going on in their franchise. These guys are not gonna go for this. They're not gonna put it's legal precedence. That's what you're doing. You're setting legal precedence. And so no owner is going to say, yeah, it's fine. Let's go ahead and do this now. This guy did this, and this. Let's go ahead and do it. Because they're all thinking, okay, well, what if this happens to me? What if I'm the next guy who gets rung up? And like a lot of them, I mean, not all of them feel that way, because a lot of them are good people. Some of them aren't, though. And, you know, they're always going to have it in the back of their mind that, okay, well, is there ever going to be a moment where this happens and I'm not going to be able to stop the snowball?
Yeah. You know? Go get your wife, James. We want to talk to an attorney.
Yeah.
James, what, if anything, do the players do here? And when I say the players, I mean specifically, we can start with, maybe it's the players around the league that can have something to do with it too, but let's start with the Phoenix Suns. You know, it's easy for me to sit up here in front of a microphone, however many miles away, and say that Chris Paul, Devin Booker, DeAndre should do this. It's easy for me to say that, but I know it's not always that easy to execute it, and they're dealt with different decisions. But is it a situation where we need to hear from Devin Booker? We need to hear from Chris Paul. They need to take some type of stand against the guy that owns the franchise they play for. And like what can they do in this situation to maybe force the NBA's hand or be on the right side of history? Be like, let's be perfectly clear. This is how I feel about Sarver and what he did.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, Chris Paul, as far as the league, is probably the second most powerful player in the league. So, I mean, he's like the president of the Players Association. So if he wants Robert Sarver out, he stands up with his 15 players or 20 players going into camp and say, we don't want to play for this guy. That's what he needs to do. But again, like now you're telling the players that like you've got to take a stand and you got to take it. But like don't forget that Chris Paul didn't like that they had a 35 and over rule in the NBA where your salary got cut. You couldn't sign an extension past a certain amount of years after, I think it was 33 or 34, and had that rule removed so he could go get his money and go sign a longer term deal and get big cash on the back end. So like these guys, they have power. And if they want to use that power right now for something that probably should be used for, then that's on them. Again, if Chris Paul speaks out here, this thing changes very quickly.
Just for the sake of accuracy, Chris Paul's termed end, and CJ McCollum is the president of the Players Association. We made the same exact mistake yesterday. Two, Chris Paul's got to be thinking, how many damn stands do I have to take? Can I just go play basketball? Why do I always have to go take a stand for something? Why am I always mediating this stuff? Let's shift gears a little bit, unless anyone had any more on Robert Sarver. Kenny and I started today's show, and you can please correct us if we're wrong. It feels like there's a buzz around the Sacramento Kings right now, and very different type of buzz in that it's positive. I think people are feeling really good. If nothing else, obviously you got to see the results. I promise you, I understand that you got to see the results on the floor. But man, it feels like there's a lot of positive buzz around the Kings right now, and an appreciation of the direction it appears they're going in.
I totally agree. I mean, you can't bump into Mike Brown and without like him just busting out in a huge smile and starting to laugh, and like just the whole vibe around the team is different. Like, I mean, you got a really, really good winning coach, and you've got two all-star level players to build around, and you got a young guy who could be the rookie of the year, and you got some nice additions in Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk, and guys that people should be excited to see. And so, yeah, I think that there's a bunch of positive momentum. They've got away from a lot of the drama and a lot of the chaos. And I've said this before, it's a really good thing when your star is in your city more than a month before camp starts and is already there working out with his teammates and bringing everybody in, and everybody starts to filter into the gym 2, 3, 4 weeks early, starts having a good time, starts bonding. That's a big deal. And, the fact that Sabonis was over playing for his country, that's great too, because he's in tremendous shape. You can see it. He's getting a lot of reps in. But, to see Fox here, to have everyone in Sacramento, to have these guys going to things like the Kendrick Lamar concert together, that's a good thing, man, because basketball, it's a family, and if things aren't right within the walls of the family, or you don't have a bond that's close and things go sideways, that's what you need. You need a tight bond, and the more they're around each other, the better it's going to be.
How is the dynamic with these guys coming back? I mean, you've seen a lot of different off seasons and times a couple weeks before training camp. These guys have been here for like a month and a half, and there's been so many of them. Is this the first time since you've been around that you've seen this many Kings players back this early?
No, I mean, this does happen, but I don't think it. We've seen a lot of players staying around Sacramento all summer. That doesn't happen. Usually, it does come down to like the really young guys usually stick around and they're here all summer. Maybe the first year or two, they spend the whole time here in Sacramento. It's when players, I mean, a lot of them like to take their vacations, but also they have their home gym that's something that they do that they've always done as like their workout regimen. And that's fine, but again, this is a really new team. We talked about Monty McNair took over this team in September of 2020.
Yeah.
So like 2 years ago, and there's 3 players left on the roster from when he took over the team. Rashawn Holmes, De'Aaron Fox, and Harrison Barnes. That's it. So this is a brand new group, and you need to be together. You need to sit there. Oh, look at that. The Kings have officially signed KZ Okpala. That just came through while we're sitting here hanging out. That's official right now.
Wait, what's that mean? Oh, was he never signed before?
No, he wasn't signed before officially. No.
Was he one of the guys that didn't come to sign the contract?
Yeah, he hadn't been here. So I mean, that means he's here. And again, that's one of the guys that you're looking at and you're like, hey, KZ Okpala hasn't come through and signed his contract yet. I think what we're seeing though is that like
it's better for KZ than it did DJ.
Yeah.
Shout out DJ Stewart. DJ Stewart era.
Yeah, I mean that it's certainly the DJ Stewart thing was very specific. Like KZ Okpala is gonna fight for a roster spot. I'm actually writing on the small forward position right now, and like there's some heavy competition, not just for like minutes or for like starters or rotation, but that small forward position very specifically, like they're like a couple of these guys aren't going to make the team, and they're going to have to figure it out, and this is going to be some good competition. I was watching Chima Monecki film earlier today, and he's fun. Like, we don't talk about him at this point, but his game kind of reminds me a little bit of Miles Bridges. Like he's a high flyer. He's fearless. He doesn't care. He runs at the rim. Like, he's got a lot of game. He can rebound. He can play both the 3 and the 4. This is going to be really crazy how they figure out this roster because, what do? You're bringing in a guy like Kent Bazemore, and you got a young guy in KZ Okpala who's 23 and has like all the physical skills, just really hasn't got an opportunity to play. Would you go with the older guy that, is coming off a really bad season? Do you go with a younger guy who has the body that you're looking for? Like, there's going to be some difficult decisions made in this camp.
Do you know if Harrison's around?
Yeah, he's been around. But I think probably for the last, week, maybe the last, 5 days. Yeah.
Okay.
We've seen him around.
Real low key. Haven't seen him around, but yeah.
Yeah, we've seen pictures of him. I mean, again, people should understand, we're not allowed in the building right now to go hang out and see these guys. So, I mean, we're kind of at the mercy of a lot of other people.
That's fair. Nothing started. It's still, it's technically the off season. You're going to be wishing you weren't allowed in about 12 days when you're driving to downtown Sacramento every day.
Yeah, when I'm driving 100 miles round trip every day. Yeah. Not looking forward to that. Haven't got that Tesla yet. Yeah. I definitely, look, this is that time of year where things are starting to build and starting to get exciting, and hopefully they're able to put things together. I mean, hopefully, that Mike Brown has a plan in place to really turn this thing around quickly.
I'm glad you started this conversation the way that you did, because we talk about us and we talk about fans and we talk about you get engulfed in this team and the pros and the cons, but you still try to guard your heart a little bit. But I love that you made a point to mention you run into Mike Brown. Mike Brown smiling ear to ear. Not too many Kings coaches in history are going to be smiling ear to ear. I got to imagine Mike feels good about where this team is at and what they're doing right now. I mean, again, obviously, 12 days away from training camp. Nothing has started. But the fact that we've got guys here, they're in there working out. Like, Mike Brown didn't even know that these pictures were being posted on the internet and that we were all aware of, like, who's here and all of that stuff. And like, he's just so he's so just kind of buried into what they're doing each day. Like that to me, that can't be anything but positive.
Yeah. I mean, again, like, I don't want to bash on any of the other coaches that have come through because I think everyone comes into the season positive. But there's something different about Mike Brown's spirit. Like, he's just like naturally, it like oozes out of him this positivity. And, it's one of those things. Like, I really do like, like the Dave Yeager era, but again, it was always unsettled. Like, he had one team in his first year. His second year, he had 5 rookies. His third year, he was on the ropes from day one. So there was always awkwardness. The Luke Walton era, again, like, starts off so poorly and guys get hurt right off the bat and everyone's exhausted and like the whole thing is spinning out of control. They start to turn things around and you get the COVID season. Like, it feels like it's been a long time since just there's been normalcy and anything to be positive about. And, like, even like the Yeager era, like, before that was the George Karl situation. And, like, you're just running these things into themselves, like, into the next one. This is the first, like, real refresh, reboot, but with a competent roster and a clear direction in a long time. Yeah. So, it's one thing to reset, to have a roster and have a new coach take over, and like you're kind of up in the air with what's going to happen with this player or that player. This one feels like it's pretty streamlined as opposed to a lot of the other years that I've covered this team.
Yeah. A couple of things I want to add to that is James Ham, thekingsbeat.com, if you want more from him. He's not going anywhere. We're going to talk more Kings basketball when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right. Who was it? Bogey was hurt, right? At the start of Yeager's year? Bogey was out, right?
No. Marvin Bagley broke his thumb in the first game, at the end of the first game.
That was Walton.
Yeah, that was Walton.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry, Dave Yeager. Dave Yeager's first year was that the year Bogey was hurt at the very beginning of the season?
No, Bogey came Yeager's second year. Yeah, no. Yeager's first year started
hurt because that's how Buddy started.
Yeah, it's a DeMarcus year. That's DeMarcus's last year is Dave Yeager's first year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's when they get to like January, and Rudy Gay popped his Achilles, and you went with a veteran lineup. But again, you were coming off. I'm pretty sure that year's a year that Darren Collison suspended the first 8 games of the season. Like, again, like chaos.
Damn, it really is one thing after the other.
Yeah, I mean, it's always that way. I mean, I'm really glad if nothing else, the Rashawn Holmes thing figured itself out so early. And kind of went away so early in the offseason. Yeah. Papa Giannis. Papa G.
Yorgos.
Giannis.
Isn't he only like 22 right now or something?
I think he's like 24, 25. And he's played really well. Like, he has developed. He just wasn't, like, it not only was...
lost. Like, he looked lost on a basketball floor.
Well, that, and he wasn't a very good dude. That's like the behind the scenes. It was like Vlade told me one time, and it wasn't about him, but like a lot of European players are angry Europeans, and that's what he was. Yorgos was kind of like an angry European that thought that he should have been playing a bunch and didn't like the way it was going and all that stuff. Yeah.
See, this is the stuff that like pisses me off about Bleacher Report and these like push notification sites. Is everyone in ESPN, I think, did the same too. Everyone was pushing out the quote that Donovan Mitchell wanted to be traded to the Knicks, like that he said that at the Cavaliers press conference. As I kept looking at that, I was like, why? why would he say, like, what is the context to that? And is it like, yeah, he was asked about being traded to the New York Knicks, and then he followed it up with, yeah, who doesn't want to be home next to their mom? Like, I haven't lived at home since I was in 8th grade. I feel like there's some more context to that quote, but they pushed it out there as if Donovan is in Cleveland talking about playing for the New York Knicks. And it's like,
but the other killer about it, did he even say like he wanted to be traded to the Knicks? He didn't even say that, right?
Well, the quote's off of my screen. I don't know what the direct quote about New York was. I just see the follow up to what he said about who doesn't want to be at home next to their mom, and he talks about I haven't been home since 8th grade.
And he was asked a very specific question.
Yeah,
it's not like he just brought up the Knicks. Like, oh yeah, man, the Knicks. I
can't. This isn't a transcript. It's an article. Of course, he's speaking glowingly about Cleveland, but that wasn't mentioned at all. Yeah, I can't find the line about the Knicks, but it was not represented fairly at all by those sites. All right, we're coming back, guys. Live on the Odyssey app, you can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well. KZ Okpala has signed his contract with the Sacramento Kings. I don't know what number that puts us at. Do we know how many guys are set for training camp now? We know that DJ Stewart was waived, which are they at 20 or are they below 20?
I mean, they're at 20, but who's officially signed in, who hasn't? They have not given us a full list of who is officially signed yet.
But 20 is the number you go into camp with, right?
Yeah, 20 is a number, and that includes your two-way players. So, the plan was always, like, we knew Sam Merrill will be there, KZ Okpala, Chima Monecki, Kent Bazemore, Quinn Cook. I think Quinn Cook is one who hasn't signed yet. He hasn't been here yet. Matthew Dellavedova's been here for a while. And then, the guys that they already had. So, it's a big group.
They have to be here. Like, can't do this through the iPad and the little
DocuSign.
Yeah, we can't just sign it on the screen. Like, I don't know.
I was thinking that this morning when I watched now King Charles go get all angry with the leaky pen. And, like, he's so flustered and, he hasn't had any time to grieve or anything else. And he's, like, freaking out about this stupid pen that's leaking all over him. And he's wiping it off. He hands it to Camilla or whatever her name is. And she's like, oh, like, the pen is leaking. And I just thought, man, don't we have DocuSign now? Why do we have to have this? Like, shouldn't there be some, like, if someone just put an iPad and, like, hey, just sign right here on the box. That's what it seems like we should be at.
It's amazing how many times you still have to have an original signature. Like, yeah. I may or may have not just spent like $60 to overnight something to DC because they needed an original signature on a piece of paper. It's like, I got the email, just let me sign it. You'll have it back in seconds. No. You got to go drop it off at the FedEx and have it overnighted.
It's kind of I kind of like it.
See, because your old school ways.
People don't even learn cursive no more. Like, how are these young kids even gonna have a signature? They don't even know how to write in cursive. They don't know what a cursive cue is like.
Most people can't spell anymore because, like, it autocorrects and fixes it, so you never know that you spell the word wrong. You just keep spelling it wrong, and it changes it to the word that you want it to be.
That's all that happens.
It's like we call them smartphones. The phones know you're dumb. That's what it is. The app knows that you're dumb.
Speaking of, did you see what the Queen Bee tagged us in on Twitter? And that dude there's a robot video, and that guy that was walking down the stairs with robot, I want to punch him. I do. I want to punch him. Like, do you realize what you're doing? You think you're so smart. Everything's so great. Do you realize what you're doing? I wanted to punch him.
Nothing gets Kenny worked up more than robots.
Idiots.
Kenny you signed because he's scared of robots. That's essentially what we're talking.
We should all be afraid of robots. Trust me. I hope I'm long gone before they take over, because it's coming. I just hope we're all live a healthy life. My kids live a healthy life, and we move on.
What if we got a robot at the 4 position?
It feels like we do. We do.
I can't tell if that was a shot at his personality or what that was. But
Not a shot at all. Just he's just monotone. Just real. He looks like a robot. Like he just goes and gets buckets. That's what he does.
Yeah, he's very Harrison Barnes-esque. Like what do we call him? Congressman Barnes.
Senator.
What's that?
A congressman and a senator here in the Kings starting lineup.
Yeah. I mean, they are both like very straightforward. I mean, that's going to be one of the interesting things about this season is like trying to draw out the personality. It took a little while with Davion, but I think Keegan might be even a little longer.
Davion has a big personality too. Like I'm glad that finally is kind of started to emerge. I'm really glad he does that. The YouTube thing, and like he's and then obviously the Trista Crick story is money, but like he's fun. Like this, I know the team sucks. It is historic. Like it's all right to have some cool guys on the team. Like I think that's what Davion is.
Yeah. I mean, I think like that was the beauty of Tyrese Halliburton. The second you open his mouth, you're like, oh my goodness, what is going on here? Like again, like there's only 2 that I've ever run into that walk into the league like that, and it's CJ McCollum and Tyrese Halliburton, where you're just like in awe of their ability to speak like to the media and to like be part of a conversation, sort of. Just like spectacular, absolutely spectacular.
No, Tyrese was a great speaker. I remember, I don't know if his rookie year had started, maybe it had just been drafted. I'm not sure, but I listened to like a couple of podcasts, like they weren't even Kings podcasts. Somebody had him on it, and he was like, I was like, man, this guy can sell water to a well. Like he can speak. Like I like hearing what he has to say. So that's absolutely a strength of his.
Yeah. He also talked everyone into buying Top Shots. I don't think that worked out, but that's okay.
Not exactly.
That's okay.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I still don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand what I'm purchasing. I haven't, by the way, but hypothetically, if I don't understand what I'm purchasing, collecting, nor why.
Yeah. I'm with you.
I can't help you. I don't know. One of the things that I thought about, guys, and tell me if I'm wrong. The longest playoff drought in pro sports belongs to not the Kings, but the Seattle Mariners, I believe. I think it's been 21 years since they've been in the postseason. Well, that's about to end. They're going to make the playoffs. And when the Kings start the season, they'll officially be owners of the longest playoff drought in pro sports history. Well, not history, but current. The active longest
drought. Okay.
What is it? It's 16 right now, right? And I always say we can't get to 17.
Yeah, this will be the 17th. Yeah, if they don't make it. Yeah, that's not good.
Seattle's gonna make it, huh?
Yeah, Seattle's.
They always had Seattle to lean on.
Seattle, right?
Yeah.
Damn. Wow.
I mean, they can still blow it. I mean, come on now, it's Seattle.
They're pretty good, man. That's good.
That's the logo that you put outside the Golden One Center. The Sacramento Kings. Even the Mariners did it.
As I look right now, the Mariners, the Orioles are closest to them. They're 5 games behind the Mariners. So, they're going to make it.
James, when we first started this together, it was we started a weekly bit of, hey, James, will Buddy Hield be on the roster when the Sacramento Kings start? And that's been lost over the last little while. So I think we need to bring one back. And I think I've got the perfect one. James, will Monty McNair sign an extension before the Sacramento Kings season starts?
Man, I hope so. It's just been really quiet on that front. Every time I check in, the answer is like
is
no
that
movement.
Surprising though that it's quiet? Oh, so you're okay.
No,
Yeah.
I've checked in and like there had been no conversations up until like, I don't know, 3 weeks ago. When was it? We were on the radio. Me and Kenny were on the radio and I checked in and it was nothing had moved. Yeah, I mean, I would like to say that there will be some movement here, but it's just tough. It's tough. I mean, you're at a situation where, I think the team should do the right thing. And but that's not always what happens here. And they have so many other things going on. Like, I think, that's what people forget. Like, I've covered this team forever. I've never seen turnover like what we saw this summer.
Yeah.
So your entire media relations staff, except for like Avery, who was, who was in his first year and was an intern last year. Their entire medical staff, pretty much, their entire training staff, again, like the whole entire back end, the entire coaching staff, except for 2 people are new. Like the changes that have happened here are like crazy. Like if you want to blame the people that were here before, well, there ain't no blaming them. You just fired them all, or they walked away, or they left, whatever it was. Each individual person had their own reason for not being here anymore, or their own circumstance for not being here anymore. But at the end of the day, like, this thing is moving one direction, and everyone seems to be pulling together. You should probably have the guy who is in charge of putting the whole thing together around for more than his final contract year. But that's just me.
So as we're talking about this, I'm trying to figure out if there usually is some type of person or buffer between that, but maybe not. Maybe not. Is this Vivek? Because the reason why I asked that is because it feels like the GM, there would be a president of basketball operations that would be the guy in between the owner and the GM. But I don't. Maybe it's just a feeling that I don't know if a lot of people have that. Like if Bob Myers is up for a contract in Golden State, I mean, I think that goes straight to Joe Lacob. It's not. There's nobody in between. Is that accurate, or is there somebody in Sacramento in between Vivek and Monty?
No, there's no one in between Vivek and
Is that
Monty.
typical? Is that how it is around the league? Because I was trying to figure out if other teams have that set up, and
I think
they do.
People get. I mean, it's different because there isn't like a defined. Everyone has a general manager. Everyone has a president of basketball ops or VP of basketball ops. Not everyone like builds their organization the same way. So, like the Kings, the last couple of years have had a GM and then 2 assistants or 3 assistant GMs to go with it. And then they don't really tell you like what the roles are of those assistant GMs. Like everyone knew Ken Catanello was like the numbers guy, the salary cap guy. But then after that, what was Peja, what was Brandon Williams, like they all have different functioning roles. Now, when it comes to this front office, we always had the weirdness. It was Joe Dumars. It was kind of just hanging out there that we had no idea what he actually did or how powerful his voice was or anything else. So, and even then, the structure was set up so Vivek was at the top, and we had like a triangle situation where Joe Dumars was on one side and Monty McNair was on the other, and everyone reported to Vivek, not Monty reporting to Joe, who reported to Vivek. So like it's always been a little different the last few years. So yeah, as of right now, it's a much smaller front office group than it has been. It's like way trimmed down from what I can tell. And I don't know if that's probably a good thing. Less
it
voices
almost
in the
feels
room.
like it's a normal operation right now.
It does. Well, I think that's because like if anyone ever gets a chance to talk to Monty McNair, first of all, he's really bright, and he's a big football fan. He's a big fantasy football fan, but he also he just has kind of like an easygoing way about him, and he doesn't. He went to Princeton, right? Is that where he went? And I think it's the same with Jeff Petrie, but Petrie, it's two totally different people. I mean, he was definitely he's a football player, and so Monty's like a pretty laid back guy, and Wes is different. Like it's a different feel than it has been for a long time, and that's not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just totally different. Like I enjoyed the Vlade Divac era. I enjoyed Peja coming over and talking. And people thought, he's just his sounding board, or he's just it's nepotism. It's just his buddy. But Peja's a bright dude. He was a fun guy to talk to. Great conversations with Peja. I had him on the podcast quite a few times. So yeah, this one's just different. It's they're definitely not out in front of the media nearly as much as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I like that. I like the structure. It seems like. And I'm not taking any shots at anybody before or anything like that. It just seems like everybody's handling their business right now. I think everybody understands what the situation is. There's not much that can be said. There's not much that can be done outside of the actual wins and losses that is going to change people's perception or attitude towards this franchise. So let's just focus on what we can handle. And that's everybody doing their job. Monty McNair doing his job, getting the right players in place. Mike Brown getting the game plan ready, and the players working on your game. Do your job. Ain't that what Bill Belichick always said? Do your job. And I feel like that's what's going on right now.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good thing. And I think this has been a much busier offseason than it feels like. Because again, when we talked about all those changes on the backside, well, you also had to hire a new head coach and everything else. Monty's got a lot done. He's completely rolled the roster again, and you're coming back with, I don't know, what is it, 6 or 8 players that were from last year's roster, but a good portion of the roster is different, is swapped out. Your whole coaching staff swapped out. All of these other departments swapped out. So it kind of feels like it's set up for someone who's going to be there long term. That's what it feels like. Everything's starting anew, and it feels like that. At that point, that's when your general manager should be the guy who's going to be the one who's going to be there for a long time. Because you don't want to keep doing these changes. All of the internal changes, those are jarring. I mean, there's a reason why we're getting, KZ Akpala, his press release today, but we haven't got press releases on so many others, just because there's so much turnover and change and stuff. So yeah, it's not super easy to manage the whole back end of this thing.
In your very extensive time in covering numerous coaches, with so much to how do coaches lay this out? I don't want to ask you specifically how Mike is going to lay this out, because obviously we don't know yet. But when you have so much that everybody looks at this Sacramento Kings job as a project, and that's a fair assessment of what this is. It's a project. How do you structure training camp to where it's not okay, guys, we've got to wipe the slate clean. We're starting completely over as professional basketball players today. How do coaches approach, these coming days headed into the start of training camp, and how do they lay this out?
Yeah. So I think the one thing that people should know is when all these players are out there doing their thing right now, the coaches aren't allowed. There's very strict rules into how many players can be on the court at one time, how many assistants can step onto the court, whether it's all very structured by the league. And it's so the players actually have an off season and they're not mandated that they have to be here or there, or that, that they're going to be coached. Once the coaching window opens up, we'll have media day. I think it's on Monday, the 26th. The next day is training camp. And that's when it truly starts. That's when, the coaches are all on the court breaking things down. Now, that doesn't mean that they're not having conversations with players, that they're not that players don't already have playbooks, and that they don't have like flashcards to start learning all of the different names and nuances of Mike Brown, because every coach is different. But it really does depend on the coach, right? And returning coaches, they usually have like this, they have such a huge leg up because they've already got their lingo, all their language in place and their basic play sets in place. So when they get to training camp, you're getting some guys up to speed, but you got a whole bunch of players who are helping with that process, who are like working with their teammates like, hey, this is what that means. And that's why I think that they have brought in a bunch of guys that have played for Mike Brown in the past. So that's when, you got a guy like Dave Yeager, who they opened camp in year 3. He had the young roster the whole year before. And the day camp opened, he's like, okay, guys, get your track shoes because we're going to just do nothing but run the whole time. And they're like, what are you talking about? And you got guys like Iman Shumpert who were like, what is happening? Why are we running so much? And you got to game 1 and you realize why they're running so much. Because like he already had all of his stuff in place, but this is who I want us to be. We're going to be this team that sprints. And so it's a little different when you're starting fresh, because you do have to teach a lot of these guys like what it is that you're looking for.
Yeah. Man, maybe we should have asked this earlier, but I'm asking anyway. Kings start the season 2-6. Do you think that this group of guys would be mentally and emotionally tough enough to get through that and still say, hey, we still got plenty of time left in the season? Or they would just break down because of the tough start?
No, I think 2-6 is fine. Like, that's not going to be a problem. I think if we get to 20-35, then it's going to be like, here we go again. I think that's what you're trying to avoid. You're trying to avoid that major, like if it's over at the All-Star break, then, first of all, changes are coming. That's kind of like, there should be a shirt that says that changes are coming.
Put it on a shirt.
AC.com. Kingsbeat.com.
There we go.
Put it on a shirt.
Put it on a shirt. Yeah. So, I do think that there is like a positivity to this season. I think there will be a longer leash than normal because you're not just going from one coach to another. You're realistically going from 3 decades of offensive minded coaches to the first defensive minded coach maybe you've ever hired. And I think that that's a big deal because historically speaking, the Kings know that they're not going to be very good, and there's nothing worse than a boring bad team. So if nothing, you should at least be able to put up a bunch of points so people will come watch because it's fun. Even if you're going to lose, at least be fun, right? Well, I don't feel like that's what this team is about. You're going to have some growing pains.
No.
Got him again. It got him again. That Auburn internet
is always so funny.
And the crazy thing is, like, the picture, it's 4K, like it's perfect, and then Ham just freezes out of nowhere. Ham is frozen at least one time, at least one time per show, like for the last week. It's for the last couple of weeks. It's amazing.
Cal like streak going on with.
Oh man,
that one, like, there was no reason. There was no reason for that to happen. Like at all. Like, no one's here. It's just me. Yeah. You know what? Maybe my freshman in high school did just show up and did just like everyone just went upstairs and got him video games and froze me out. Yeah.
It's just so funny because it's just everything is perfect. There's just no issue at all. And then all of a sudden, there goes Ham. Down goes Ham. Down. I'm sure whatever you were saying as you were frozen was really, really good. But that will stay as off the record as the happy hours with James Ham over at thekingsbeat.com. Go become a subscriber at thekingsbeat.com. Become a premium subscriber over at thekingsbeat.com. Subscribe to the podcast as well. We're ramping up. All three of us are ramping up our Kings content in a major way as we get closer and closer to media day and closer to the start of training camp. If you missed any part of today's show, you can check it out on YouTube. You can check it out on Twitch. You can check it out wherever you get podcasts from. Search D'Lo and KC. Search Corners of the Culture. A brand new episode probably drops tomorrow, unless I mess up and accidentally post it tonight. It's happened before, but Kenny and I revisit Ready to Die. Last week, Kenny said, The Blueprint, greatest album of all time. What does he say this week? Spoiler alert, he says the exact same thing. Check it out. And we will see you back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's go, PSG.
Clear.
Paris Saint-Germain? What?
Yeah, man.
Kenny's got all sorts of soccer clubs.
Those are my boys, man.
Yeah, I think soccer's back on, right? Like the Premier League shut down for the weekend, but I think
I think they'll be back this week.
Yeah, I think the Champions League and all that stuff should be going on.
Yeah, Champions League with today.
Euro League, Champions League. Yeah.
All right, we are shutting down because that podcast I just talked about, I've got to go produce it. So hey, Deuce and Mo are here. Hey, Deuce and Mo.
Deuce and Mo.
Yeah, no, Deuce was definitely not hyped on TT. Definitely not hyped on TT. Deuce and Mo just kind of jumped in here, and I missed it.
Yeah, Deuce was in there talking about the Top Shot stuff, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a bag a little bit. Still, I don't get it. I don't get it. Hey, man. Go ahead, man. Yeah. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh. All right. All right. Show's over. Thank you guys for joining us. Dr. David ruined it for everybody. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon.